Okay, let's call this meeting to order. Fernando, please.
Councilmember Rivas,
Present.
Councilmember Beltran,
Present.
Vice Mayor McCurvey,
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present. Okay. This is the time for oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session unless additional time is authorized by council. All commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Does anybody want to come forward at this time? I'm not seeing anyone. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, we have 9 closed session items tonight. The first one, Government Code Section 54956.8, conference with real property negotiators, property APN 253-0018-001, agency negotiator Richard Tree, negotiating parties, City of Porterville and Dr. Wilson Park under negotiation terms and price. Item number 2, Government Code Section 54956.8, conference with real property negotiators, property APN 302-110-054, agency negotiator Richard Tree, negotiating parties, City of Porterville, and to be determined under negotiation terms and price. Item number 3, Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Richard Tree, employee organizations, Porterville City Firefighter Association, Fire Officer Series, and all unrepresented management employees. Item number 4, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim, claimant Andrew Long, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Moving on, item number 5, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Dennison versus City of Porterville, Tulare County Superior Court number PCU 321032. Item number 6, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Johnson versus City of Porterville, Tulare County Superior Court number VCU 312902. Number 7, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Huntington Beach et al. Versus Newsom et al. Number 23-3694, 9th Circuit, DC number 8 23 CV 00421 FWS ADS. That was a long one. Number 8, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. Last one, number 9, Government Code Section 54956.9D4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 2 cases.
All right, thank you. At this time, we'll go into closed session and then return to open session at 6:30 p.m. Okay, we'll reconvene open session and report out on any reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. On item number 4, claim of Andrew Long, on a motion by Mayor Meister and seconded by Vice Mayor McCurvey, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied. Thank you.
Okay, I'd ask you all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by myself, and then please remain standing for invocation. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There can be multiple people that pray. It's fine. Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council members and everybody else that's here. I'd just like to lift up this meeting. It says above the emblem, "In God we trust," and we're putting our trust in God to be able to let this meeting go accordingly, that there be no ill will towards anybody in this place, that everybody be felt, that everybody could feel the Holy Spirit in them. I know that the Holy Spirit dwells inside each and every one of us, whether we believe it or not. And that right now, Father God, I just claim that. I ask you just to bless this meeting, bless the people that will be coming up here and talking, bless the City Council, bless us all, Father God, because we trust in you. That's what it all boils down to. It's your agenda, Father God, and no one else's. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
And I would say amen to all that. So, Father, we thank you right now. We thank you for all the city council and all the city government that makes decisions, that runs this city, Lord. We ask, Lord, that you would grant them wisdom beyond their years, Lord. Wisdom on how to steer the city of Porterville, not only today, but even into the future, Lord. Help give them a prophetic insight to the things that they need to put in place and the things they need to do. We ask all this in your glorious name. In Jesus Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Okay. Please be seated. Okay, we have 5 presentations tonight, and the first presentation is recognition of former Mayor Monte Reyes. If the family's in the audience, if you guys want to come up to the front, or you could remain seated if you'd like as well. But I'll just start with reading the certificate for Monte and his recognition. In recognition of a devoted public servant for the people of Porterville, the city of Porterville solemnly honors the life of Mayor Monte Reyes, serving with distinction on the Porterville City Council from 2014 to 2022, includes terms as both mayor and vice mayor. Mayor Reyes' tenure encompassed times of great challenge, most notably the city's drinking water crisis, during which he stood as a steadfast champion for East Porterville families in need of safe and reliable water. Mayor Reyes' passion for youth education and the arts was evident in his strong support for the Imagine Community Arts Center, his promotion of STEM engagement through the Zonta Club of Porterville, and his recognition of local leaders and via the Porterville Wall of Fame. As a proud steward of our heritage, he brought history to life. Distinction during the city's sesquicentennial celebration, most memorably portraying our city's founder, Porter Putnam, with both pride and humor. His commitment to service extended beyond City Hall, reaching into regional boards, community partnerships, and grassroots efforts that uplifted residents across Porterville. With deepest respect and heartfelt gratitude, the City of Porterville extends its sincere condolence to the family and loved ones of Mayor Monte Reyes, whose contributions will forever remain as part of our city's history. As tradition in the City of Porterville, we normally would fly the flag, the city flag at half-mast for one day. I've kind of changed the footprint in the way we've done business. This is the third mayor since I've been elected mayor that has passed away. And we will honor Monte Reyes for his service to our city and fly the city flag at half-mast for a week. So, our condolences to the family, and I have a certificate for you.
Thank you for this recognition. Monty did love the city of Porterville and serving the community. Did you hear me? Thank you for this recognition, and Monty did love serving the city of Porterville and serving the residents of the city. And what he wanted mostly was for everybody to be happy and healthy. So thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Outstanding Business Honoree, Valley Strong Credit Union. Well, you guys got to come up. Let's see some faces. You got to come out. Let's see you. Come on, team. It's smiling faces when we come into your business. It's all beautiful people. Thank you guys for coming, and we appreciate what you do here in the city of Porterville. One thing I love that you guys promote is working with our youth and teaching them these trades, right? Working through the pathways in our community, very engaged. It's a great honor to have Valley Strong here in our community, and I hope to continue to see you guys grow. I know when we went and visited that bank, you guys are already outgrowing that space, right? So I'm putting a little pressure on the executive over here to expand, but congratulations. Yes, no, congratulations. It's amazing. Well, let's keep talking about this. This is a good thing. So then we could go into this, and I don't want to get a quid pro quo, but there's a lot of land in town, and maybe we could work a deal, right? So very excited for all of you. Like I said, this group is amazing. You go in there, it's all smiles. The community loves what you do. Thank you for your service, and congratulations on getting this award. So.
And I do.
If you would you come and take, and,
We have a small presentation, if you don't mind.
well, see how I am? So, and another thing, we do have a plaque. It just was late coming in, so we will get you the plaque. I apologize for that, but let's look at the presentation. Thank you, Claudia.
You're welcome. Good evening, everyone. Valley Strong Credit Union has been selected as the outstanding business, one of the outstanding business honorees this year. In January 2021, Valley Strong Credit Union opened its doors in Porterville, extending its mission to help people and communities prosper. The expansion was part of their growth into Tulare County and reflects a strategic and heartfelt investment in our city's future. Valley Strong saw Porterville as a community full of possibility, one where their values and vision could take root and thrive. Since building their branch from the ground up, Valley Strong has made a lasting economic impact. Beginning with local hires for staff, they've created quality jobs while fostering innovation and leadership. Branch manager Alex Martin shared that their growth stems from hard work, innovation, and a commitment to our community. And as a culture focused on member experience, community engagement, and strategic partnerships, their motto, "Grow Your Possibilities," speaks to the transformative role they play in the lives of their members and the city as a whole. Valley Strong stands out not just for what they do, but how they do it. Ms. Martin said, "We grow your financial well-being with personalized solutions, expert guidance, and a commitment to the community we serve." Their involvement spans support for various service organizations and the local schools. Their dedication to financial literacy, especially for the youth, is helping to shape a more financially confident generation. Valley Strong is a vital partner in Porterville's economic future as they continue to invest in Porterville's future by expanding financial education, empowering families and small businesses. Their dedication to serve people service and progress is what truly makes Valley Strong and Porterville proud. This recognition is a testament to the hard work and dedication of their team, a reflection of their lasting impact, forward-thinking leadership, and deep investment in the Porterville community, which stands out in everything they do. Please join us in congratulating Valley Strong Credit Union in being named a 2025 Outstanding Business honoree.
All right, Ms. Martin, I know you want to say something, and I got to tell you, after going into your bank and meeting your wonderful employees or coworkers, I opened an account after that day. So, outstanding job. I love what you guys do, but go ahead.
Well, thank you. I just want to take a moment and thank you to the City of Porterville for this recognition. I also want to thank my team that's here with me. They work tirelessly and endlessly. They are the backbone of the Porterville branch. They support me in all the endeavors. But I also want to say that we just stick to our mission statement when we go out and support our communities through financial literacy, or if it's through businesses that we go and talk to, and we just focus on the mission statement, helping people and our communities prosper. So with that said, is thank you again, and I'm very honored, and I know my team is very honored to receive this recognition. And it's a little bragging right, so thank you.
You're very welcome. As it is an honor to be recognized in this fashion, would you give us the great honor of taking a picture with us?
Yes.
Awesome. You guys get to come back into the no-go zone.
Take one of the obstacles out of your way.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, then look at this one over here. 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you.
Okay, and 1, 2, and 3. Got
I have a challenge point for you, Nick. All right. This is a challenge to go bigger and build stronger and better here in Porterville. Yes. Come on.
So we don't have a wall. There you go.
Let's just do it. Okay.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
And 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I'm gonna take one more picture of this one. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Got it. Is this your phone? Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to the next presentation, and that is the City Pool Season Review. City Manager, or yeah, that was fun.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. My name is Jake Krodel, and I'm the city pool manager. Joining me today is Ainsley Mabs, and she is the assistant pool manager. We are very pleased to be here tonight to provide a recap of our summer season and the impact this facility makes in our community. We will cover a few topics to highlight the season, including our staff, the pool's unique features, and the programs that we offer. The lifeguards that staff the city pool are all Red Cross certified. The Red Cross certification is an in-depth multi-day course that includes training on CPR and AED for the professional rescuer, first aid, and water park skills. We continue to practice these life-saving skills during our breaks within our schedule and at routine in-services. Our team consists of 28 guards ranging in age from 16 years old to 21 years old. We have several individuals in their first year of lifeguarding and a few seasoned veterans. We have designated 4 senior lifeguards to help us managers build relationships, lead drills, mentor staff, and monitor skills. In addition to the lifeguards, you will also meet one of our cashiers if you visit the pool. We have 2 on staff, and they help greet patrons, manage lesson registration, take payments, and more.
The city pool is located inside Murray Park and is open to the public from Memorial Day to Labor Day, which is the end of May through the beginning of September. We know that all of you are very familiar with the facility, but we did want to shine light on a few features that we think make it an attraction in our valley. The modern design of the pool has a zero-depth entry, or what we like to call a beach entry. You can walk right up to the water, making it accessible for all. The entry also features water play equipment and a splash pad. One of our guards is always stationed near this area where a lot of little ones like to play. The popular diving board allows patrons to practice their jumps into a dive tank, which one of our guards keeps clear so it is safe and enjoyable. Some kids like to spend the entire swim session perfecting their cannonballs. One of the most exciting features is the 137-foot water slide, spiral water slide. Patrons have to be at least 45 inches tall to go down the slide, and we have a guard stationed at the top of the stairs and near the bottom of the slide to manage the safety of our riders. These unique features provide the perfect setting for diverse activities at the pool.
During the season, the pool is busy with some type of programming from morning to night. We start the day around 9 a.m. and finish the day around 9 p.m. with anywhere from 4 to 20 guards on duty. Programs include rec swim, private pool parties, special events, and swim lessons. Rec swim sessions are offered multiple times a day, 7 days a week. These sessions are 2 hours block of open swim for all ages. The cost for entry is $1 for children 12 and younger, $2 for adults, and any child under 2 is free. Over the summer, we will have had 205 swim sessions with an average of 160 patrons at each session. The number of patrons increases as the weather gets hotter, with the evenings always being the busiest. The maximum capacity for our facility is 280, which we easily reach on a warm day. On average, we perform about 2 saves a day, which means a patron appears to be struggling in the water, so our lifeguard goes in for assistance. We practice a simple "don't know, then go." The phrase reminds us that we can't hesitate when observing our patrons, and signs of drowning come in many forms. We hope that our attentiveness has contributed to having no critical injuries this summer that required a call to help from emergency services.
The pool is a great venue to hold a party, so we offer a limited number of rentals for private events. The last 2 weeks of May are reserved for schools that might want to host their end-of-year gatherings. Reservations for parties can be made in the beginning of March, and they generally fill up within minutes. This summer, we had 16 parties for schools and 68 private events. Lifeguards are on duty at all times during the parties, so guests can relax and enjoy. The party is also host to a few special events, which help draw in new visitors. There were 2 free swims sponsored by the Summer Night Lights program and 2 special needs swim sessions. Individuals with special needs and their families and caregivers were invited to enjoy exclusive sessions that offer a judgment-free environment.
Our swim lessons aim to help children learn how to swim the right way right from the beginning. The structured classes help students improve swimming skills, build confidence in the water, and learn personal safety. There are 4 sessions of classes offered throughout the summer. Each session is 2 weeks long, with classes going Monday through Friday. Within each session, we offer 4 different 30-minute class times in an effort to accommodate all schedules. We teach 7 levels of lessons ranging from water babies to intermediates. There's a maximum of 10 children per class, so we can ensure hands-on instruction. We estimate that we served around 250 students this summer. After each session, we recognize 2 guards that stood out for their attentiveness, skills, or overall work ethic. This ranges anywhere from lessons to actual guarding on stands. We would like to give a shout out to this year's guards: Cynthia, Faith, Hayden, Madison, Zachary, Madison, Ian, and Joelle. Lastly, I did want to also show appreciation for the police department, who helped us out on a few occasions. They always remind us to not hesitate them in calling for assistance. This concludes our report. We are honored to represent the City Pool, and thank you for your time to share about our summer.
Excellent presentation. One thing I think of, we just remodeled the pool last year. How was it? Is it better?
Oh, awesome.
Awesome.
We have no chip tiles this summer. We had a lot of that last summer, and this summer's been great, especially with the diving board coming back this year.
And I've heard from some constituents that it was like rough on your feet too on the bottom of the pool. That's all cleared up as well now?
Yeah, that was just honestly, just hadn't getting that, the dirt off the bottom of the pool from the beginning, but as we've gone on, it's been nice and smooth.
Wonderful. I love what you guys do out there. To my colleagues, Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
You know, a great presentation. I enjoyed the outlay that you did. I do want to shout out to every lifeguard that's out there. You guys are doing an exceptional job. For the fact that my grandkids have been going for years on end, and you guys are very on point and very attentive. So I appreciate that. And it seems like everybody's having a great time. I'm enjoying watching them have a good time. So I wish I was young again so I can go back in there and dive in there. But that's a different case. But anyway, I just want to say thank you for you guys' training, your expertise, everything that you do for the community. I appreciate that. And with that, I'll turn that back over to the mayor.
Councilman Beltran, any comments?
Just a brief comment. Thank you. Great presentation for both of you. I know sometimes it can be nerve-wracking to stand up and speak in front of people, so great job. But secondly, just the return on investment, just to see the number of programs, the amount of members from the community that come out and enjoy the facility is great to see that those tax dollars that go to that pool is just, it's a great investment for our community. So thank you again.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, outstanding. Lots of data there, and it's going out on our YouTube tonight, so everyone can watch it when they watch the city council meeting. There's a lot of great information in there. It brings back a lot of memories, even just looking at the pool. Even though it's changed over the years, I still remember swimming there as a child. What can we do to help you going into the next season? Because we know this is a vital part of the community. We did some great work this year. We got some great results. What can we do moving forward might be a question I would ask, and as I thank you guys for all the work that you did.
Yeah, we ask that question ourselves every single day. What can we improve? And honestly, I think it's just continuing to improve our facilities, because that way, every time we improve our facilities, that makes it safer for us to operate as well as the patrons to operate. It makes things go a lot smoother, and it just makes everyone's time there much more enjoyable. So just continuing to improve the facility and looks of the facility. I know we really appreciate it this summer, not having to deal with any kind of cracked tiles or chips and cracks in the bottom of the pool. So that just made everything much better. So that's probably the thing I would say the most.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Because that way.
Okay, next we have the Sports Complex Master Plan Layout Update. Ms. Weaver.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. So the city's Parks Master Plan was adopted in November of 2024, and it defined the ways in which parks impact fees that are collected can be utilized. The Parks Master Plan included a list of future projects throughout our city, and including the sports complex, and it recommended that a master plan layout of these improvements be designed to help ensure that the function and fluidity of the sports complex, whether it is developed all at once or as funding becomes available, doesn't become an issue. So staff has worked with QK Inc. to develop the layout, and as you can see from the concept on the screen, the goal is to create a regional destination that appeals to many and that we all can be proud of. Total estimated cost to deliver all the things listed in the Parks Master Plan is approximately $25 million. It is broken up into proposed phases of 5, 10, and 15-year plans. Each of those ranging in from $8 to $8.5 million to help increment it out as funding becomes available. And projects such as the 2 additional softball fields that you see there that would face easterly, and the proposed 2 new baseball fields are both proposed in the initial 5-year plan. And then delivery of any of the proposed projects is contingent on funding availability, and again, the Parks Master Plan fees themselves can only be utilized for the improvements identified in the master plan. So that's all we focus on putting in this concept.
Awesome, thank you, Ms. Weaver. Council, Councilman Beltran, you have any comments? Councilman Rivas?
Not at this time, thank you.
Vice Mayor McCurvey?
I think it's outstanding. Thank you very much, Ms. Weaver. I am really excited to see us getting a plan together. Even though this is a 5 and a 10 and a 15 year, we can, work on getting the funds for this. But we really have a vision. This council has a vision. I know the mayor stated this vision in the newspaper that we want to be a destination for competition. So this is really moving the ball forward, helping us to make that vision a reality. Thank you for getting this out to everybody so that we can all look at it and we can begin talking about it and figuring out how we're going to fund it and move it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to echo Vice Mayor, this gives us the footprint, right, the plan to where we could work with our partners in our community, like the tribe or TCAG, in the sense of bringing trails and in collaboration, using our tax dollars to bring something that would be a destination in our community. So looking forward to the future, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, last but not least, Tulare County Economic Development Corporation presentation. Clicker.
Good evening, council. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
My name is Erica De Oliveira, President and CEO of Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. I've been with the organization for about 4.5 years, and tonight's presentation is a kind of a year-end overview of the things we've accomplished and we've worked on in 24-25, and our preliminary work plan for the new fiscal year, which just started July 1st. I see we have some new council members here, and I'd like to share a little bit about the organization if you're not too familiar. We are a private and public sector funded 501c4 with a 501c3 foundation arm. We're currently led by 22 board of directors, kind of split down the middle. Roughly half of them are private partners, and the other half roughly are public partners across the municipalities. And I'm happy to share that all of the municipalities within Tulare County are active board members, and they have a seat and an acting ability to participate in all economic development activities across the county. And Mr. Mayor actually serves on my board of directors as well. Our vision really is to be the premier location in California for folks to live, work, learn, and play. Our goals and kind of align with our key activities, and that's really recruitment, site selection, and then we serve as local practitioners for both our state and our federal entities. Just to kind of give you an overview of our leads, and when I talk about leads, I'm talking about businesses and analysts and site selectors and brokers that represent companies looking at Tulare County to find their new home. And so when we talk about membership and leads, my job is to really sell Tulare County, sell all of the cities within this beautiful community, and really have folks look at where their next place to land or expand should be, and that really is, and it should be, Tulare County. So our leads by source, we get those as direct referrals. Directly, folks are emailing us, contacting us. We do have one contracted vendor called GSLI, that's Global Site Location Industries, based out of Texas. We do work very closely with the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, otherwise known as GOBIZ. They send a series of leads to the EDC. And then I do serve on a greater board, that's the California Central Valley EDC, and that's 8 counties that make up the greater San Joaquin Valley. We get leads from them and direct leads from our brokers and site selectors. One of the most successful things that we've had this year, last year we actually rolled out our marketing drip campaign, and when we closed our fiscal year May metrics, and we closed our fiscal year in June, we had close to 40,000 emails sent, 5,300 give or take were opened. Open rate was about 14%. But overall, our click to leads for our website and information was the highest that it's been, with the 76% rate for that click to open. That means that we're getting a ton of activity on our website and the marketing campaign directly. Part of our marketing campaign, and this was a big win this last fiscal year, is we had a full page spread in Global Trade magazine, and that is subscribed to about 100,000 folks, and this is nationally. This is across the United States with even some international folks as well. So Tulare County got a lot of great exposure in terms of helping us tell that story. When we talk about the story, we really talk about Tulare County being a different California, and we've really trying to coin that and really push that narrative because we are significantly different in our local economy compared to the northern part of California and the southern part of California. And so part of that marketing campaign was really speaking into our labor market and our folks that are here that are ready to work. If you didn't know this, Tulare County is actually outpacing the entire state of California in workforce. Not only do folks choose to live here because it's affordable, but because there are jobs that really help feed into their quality of life. And that's the narrative and part of the story that we help tell. So not only were we successful in telling that story in workforce, but we also added a web page to our website to help bolster exposure there as well. So as I mentioned, part of telling the Tulare County story, last year we revamped our website. And again, welcome to Tulare County, a different California, but specifically to the city of Porterville, and this goes hand in hand with the marketing campaign. When we talk about those 733 clicks, or the 76% click to open rate, that's how many clicks to open that we're talking about in regards to the marketing campaign and featured properties. So every quarter, each city gets to highlight a different featured property. And so not only are we pushing out properties that this council, the city economic development staff, your city manager would like to highlight, but we're helping selling the community as a whole as well. So not just specific parcels quarterly, but really helping us tell the story of why potentially Porterville is a good location for new businesses to locate or expand. Now, our site selection tool is really our bread and butter of our website. You can think of our platform as kind of like a Zillow. It's a commercial and industrial-based Zillow. This is important because this tool is not only, we pay for it, but it's free to use to embed for the city of Porterville and as well as other municipalities across the county. But this is our bread and butter because this is a one-stop shop. This is where the companies, the site selectors, the analysts, and the brokers are going to look when they're looking for parcels or properties to locate or expand. So this is GIS WebTech based. It does have 3D spec building capability technology. That means that if this council decides that they want to render a 100,000 square foot facility, you know, and you say, hey, I have this great idea, let's try to push this property. This is our vision. This is what we want it to look like. We have the technology available to render that and add it to our website. So not only are we selling selling a parcel, but we're selling the vision of whatever that facility you would like to help push and market to try to get potential interest on that particular property. We are ESRI-backed demographics and workforce-backed, so all of the data is there, either on your mobile device or on somebody's computer. And then last year, we did add zoning and utility layers, so it really kind of is that one-stop shop for companies, site selectors, brokers, and analysts. One thing we did do differently this year is we continue to enrich this platform. We've added new industry clusters. We started off with food processor, and so this fiscal year, we're going to chip away at other industries and really make it that much more inviting and attractive for various industries, and they really want to know where other industries are. Where are our food processors? Where are citrus processors? Where are advanced manufacturers? So just in terms of really helping tell that enriched story, adding industry clusters is going to really pinpoint who the users are and where they are in relation to our county and in relation to the state. As I mentioned, we are the only local level practitioner. I mentioned the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. The Governor's Office will only pass leads directly to EDOs, economic development organizations like myself. This year is the first year that they are no longer distributing these leads to cities directly, and that's really just to streamline their process. So in terms of value, and I'll get to some of the benefits here shortly, but in terms of value, all of the leads that you're getting from GoBiz have to come directly from the EDO. So we help facilitate as a practitioner in working directly with the governor's office. And then, of course, every year we are responsible for managing all of the updates for your CEDS report. And if you're not familiar with CEDS, that's the Comprehensive Economic Development Administration. That is a federal document. Last year, we rewrote that federal report. It is roughly 42, 43 pages, and it's essentially the county's economic development strategy. And so we pulled all of our partners together, both private partners and public partners, to help contribute to this document. We added that to our website, so it's a downloadable as well if you go to Tulare-County-EDC.com. But every year I reach out and I work with all of your staff. Ms. Calderon, I work with your city managers to make sure that these projects are on this document. This is important for the city of Porterville because in the event that this council chooses to seek grant funding for infrastructure projects in this city, those infrastructure projects have to be on this document. Now, the city would have to apply for federal EDA dollars, but if their projects are not on this document, then EDA is not going to approve for various funding. So we work together, it's a partnership, to make sure that whatever this council has planned for infrastructure, whether that be water, sewer, streets, or anything that this council wants to move forward with and meet some matching dollars, we have to work together to make sure that not only are there funding opportunities, but that you're meeting the requirements to check that box for those grant opportunities. And then just a brief overview, I did participate this year in various S2J2 committees. If you're not familiar, S2J2 is an acronym for Sierra San Joaquin Jobs. And we really try on our website to keep as many catalysts or funding opportunities updated there. And I do continue to serve on a manufacturing committee for the entire state of California, working with those folks there. And then just a tidbit, just a overview of what that cover page and what the objectives of that CEDS was, which is what I just mentioned. Now the fun stuff, which is really the metrics, our top industries. So these are top industries based on the leads that we receive. These are companies in the manufacturing, warehouse distribution, and recycling industries looking at Tulare County. This year we opened 41 projects. Of those 41 projects, about half were data assists. When I talk about data assists, those are data pieces and metrics that go to the analysts, and the analysts are represented by the companies. We don't don't always know who the companies are. Often we rarely know who they are until they announce themselves. But 67% of those leads were EDC exclusive. It's less than we had last year, but that's because our Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development did pump out quite a few more leads this fiscal year, which is fantastic. That means that companies are going to the state for assistance, and then they funnel those leads to their EDOs, which would be organizations like ourselves here in the county. We did participate in 152 site selector missions. That is me meeting directly, both in person and virtually, with site selectors that represent companies and multiple clients at that. We did travel up to the Bay Area as well as the Southern California Inland Empire area. And so we had a lot of great exposure there, 152 meetings. And then I did have some great opportunities to work with our legislators this year. I met with them a total of 12 times. So working together also isn't just at the local level, but the legislative, federal, state level as well. And so just to give you kind of quick rundown of the 41 projects, we distributed 22 RFIs, and an RFI is an acronym for Request for Information or Request for Properties. 17 proposals were prepared and submitted to these leads. 136 sites were submitted across the county. We participated in 2 site tours. Our county was shortlisted 12 different times by companies looking to locate or expand here in the county. We did send out 26 incentive packages, and we participated in total at the end of the year 24 assists, working with our analysts closely. Now, relational to Porterville specific, the city responded to 46% of those project leads, and those are applicable leads. So if a company is looking for square footage, an existing building, water, utility, power load, and the city of Porterville has specific parcels that meet those requirements, of the 41 projects, you were applicable for 46 of those. And so we work really closely in partnership with staff and your city manager to ensure that we are pushing forward and with approval properties that you would like us to submit in those annual proposals. And we went ahead and also included a sample proposal in your packet today as reference, so you could see what a sample of our proposal might look like to a company. Now, 5 sites were submitted, not one time, but multiple times throughout the fiscal year across 11 proposals. And then we did have 1 direct assist, an analyst looking for something specific in terms of workforce or energy load here in the city. Now, in terms of membership benefits, part of your annual membership really includes a plethora of benefits. Our Guru platform, as I mentioned, which is our GIS web tech, that can be embedded on the City Porterville website for free. We don't charge our partners for that. Our broker site listing data platform, Resimplify, that is a service that we pay for that scrubs any public-facing parcels that are for sale every 30 days. And that works hand in hand with our platform. We don't want old listings on our website. And so we actually contract with Resimplify to allow us to go in and make sure that all of these parcels and these properties are up to date. And so they scrub that data head every 30 days. The city does also have access to unlimited impact reports. So if you were to make a large investment for a new building or a park or a new event, you wanted to invest some dollars, you wanted to see what that ROI might look like within 5 years, we have the platform to be able to do that. And those are unlimited data reports. Obviously, our economic summit with your membership includes tickets and sponsorship. And we do sell sponsorships, and we have a plethora of partners that sign on, and we host this big annual event once a year. You do get city-specific marketing via our featured properties website list, and that's part of that drip marketing campaign I talked about with the 76% open rate. In terms of representation, national, state, federal level for economic development. So when we're invited to the table to have some of these hard conversations, I'm representing directly the city of Porterville as well as other municipalities. board support that has an asterisk by it, because depending on what it is that this council or this city would like support on. I believe that the city was just awarded a planning recognition award just a few months ago, and we did receive a letter of support from our board of directors in that capacity, 2 letters of support. And so our board just wants to continue to support the collaboration there in that capacity. Representation at national and California expos. So I do attend various national expos in the state, and part of representation is that I go and I talk about not just Tulare County, but if somebody's looking for something specific, you betcha I'm talking about the city of Porterville. Now, this is new, Business Ready Sites. GoBiz just launched this platform, and I'm working with my team, with Shauna, to identify business ready sites that meet the criteria for the governor's team, and we'll begin to be adding those particular parcels and properties to the state's website. So it's kind of like you get multiple birds with one stone through membership. As I mentioned in membership, we are members of Team California, and so the city of Porterville doesn't necessarily have to become a member and pay additional dues there. You're kind of an associate membership through the EDC directly. Same goes for Central Valley EDC. There's association membership through my membership and my board service. And then really the value of exposure to site selectors and brokers across California, and that's all of those 152 missions that I participated in. And then lastly, representation at state and federal legislative folks that we work with. We go to Sacramento once or twice a year to talk about what's important to the Central Valley, and some of those are utility load, infrastructure, why it's important to tell that story and narrative of workforce and things of that nature. So some of our highlights, we did receive 2 grants this fiscal year, $25,000 from Bank of the Sierra and a $5,000 ARPA grant from the county. We did complete and update our 5-year SEDS report. The project proposal sample that you have in your packet, we just updated that this year, so that's a 2025 version. Our website additions, as I mentioned, which were our industry clusters, our SED report is downloadable, our marketing impressions for just about 40,000. We were projected to end the year on a positive financial note, and I'm happy to share that we did. And so our board is going to be looking at the next 2 board meetings in of what we're going to be using some of that surplus for. And we're going to be receiving a recommendation from our administrative committee in terms of maybe repaying back some COVID loans that we had used prior. So happy to share. We did end on a positive financial note. And then, of course, we continue to serve in a capacity with California Jobs First. We did welcome 2 new board members and some private partners. And then, of course, we hosted another fun economic summit. Some of our goals for this year, we'd like to pursue some additional CRA grant opportunities. We're going to continue to knock on the doors and get more private partners involved in economic development conversations, value in what it is that we're doing and contributing here to the county. We're going to continue to increase our marketing impressions and engagement. We still have a few more board seats to fill, 4 to be exact. And then we're going to continue to maintain relationships with our GoBiz team and our federal EDA team, and really just enhancing and enriching our Guru platform, which is that bread and butter that I talked about earlier. And then I'll continue to serve on various boards throughout the community, and various boards that really spearhead economic development. Just a brief overview of who our private partners were when we ended the fiscal year in June. And then just some fun pictures from an economic summit. As I mentioned, part of membership includes not just tickets, a full table, but a sponsorship level as well. So we're not asking you for any additional dollars. Dr. Chris Thornburg is with Beacon Economics. He produces our annual report every year. That's also a member of, a benefit of membership. But he is very entertaining. He makes economic development very easy to digest and go down. And we're excited to welcome him back again. He's been coming to Tulare County to give us our report for about 20 years now. So we're going to welcome him back one more time. We do have a small but mighty team. It's myself and Shauna. If you may have remembered historically, the EDC was a much larger team, but over the last 4.5 years, I've really been able to streamline platforms, processes, and really being able to streamline and be creative with the funding that we have. So that way our cities get a feel for and really bang for your buck in annual membership. But overall, I just wanted to introduce myself, share a little bit about the organization, and I'm open for questions or feedback. So thank you.
Well, Erica, thank you for the presentation, and just bringing it back to council. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments? Vice Mayor McCurvey, do you have any comments?
Yeah, great presentation. I mean, I've seen these before when I used to be out in the audience. Very comprehensive, a lot of marketing, lots of fun stuff going on here. Can you describe for us what you actually deliver in results in Porterville? I mean, you're bringing all this stuff together. What projects have we have accomplished? What's our return on our investment in your organization?
Yeah, sure. And I think what you're asking is what, as in terms of a closed deal, who has come to Porterville. A couple years ago, actually, I want to say 2023, we successfully assisted in locating Madera-based industrial warehouse, light industrial by the airport. And so they are a force multiplier of light industrial, so it's not just one business that can locate, but it's multiple. And
What
so
year was that?
I believe it was 2020. It was a project that we opened, I believe, in 22 that made its way in 2023.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sometimes economic development does take a few years to come into fruition. We have a lead maybe a year or two ago that may not come to fruition until a few years later. But we consider those type of projects, those force multipliers, and our job is to really do the big fish marketing to try to recruit as many of those anchor employers and force multipliers. Now, at the end of the day, we do the fishing, but it's really the cities that close the deal, because we don't necessarily have any incentives to offer, but it's when the city like Porterville or other cities can be creative in helping close the deal. So we bring the leads and the companies to the table, and the city of Porterville gets to choose who they would like to accept into their community.
So this last year, just going off the numbers, there was 11 proposals, and then 5 sites were submitted, but there was only one direct asset. Was that the company you're talking about?
11 proposals were submitted in total to different companies. There were 5 properties that were used multiple times across those 11 proposals. And the one data assist was a company was an analyst from a site selector company looking for specific data relevant just to the city of Porterville. So they're not looking at any other county. They didn't tell us what company they represent. They wanted to know specific data relevant to this community.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Erica, we've been talking a lot about the roads in and out of Porterville. We've recently met with the congressman on this. Do you think that the location and where we are is stopping us from growing? Does it make us less attractive because we don't have easy way in and out north and south?
No, I actually disagree with that. Mighty 190 is very successful in terms of transportation major corridors, and Walmart distribution is a prime example. Walmart could have chosen anywhere in Tulare County, but they chose the city of Porterville. Yeah. I think that if this council and this community is hungry for business, you're going to continue to do well.
Not to talk over you, Erica, but
Sure.
That was 30 years ago, and their original plans were scaled way back because of the roads. And so I'm just trying to ask a question in a way that maybe get at your position and thinking about how we can improve the Porterville attractiveness, and I'm just trying to see if there's some barriers, and just trying to get your opinion on that.
I think the natural barrier is, when people think of Porterville, they think that it's kind of off the beaten path. But as I mentioned, the Mighty 190 it's used. It's a great transportation corridor. What people don't know, and that's part of our storytelling, is the mile a minute. And in reality, you're less than 20 minutes from California 99. So for the right property, the right user, and some of the right local incentives, it's not that far off for a hard sell.
Erica, not only the Highway 190, but also Highway 63 off of
Absolutely.
Tulare. I mean, that's a good
65.
thoroughfare where they can connect to Highway 65 and also connect to Bakersfield and abroad. So,
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just a little bit, like you said, 20 minutes, 15 minutes away, but I think with some ingenuity and some progress, I think we can make Porterville a beautiful destination spot. And but if you're, are you done with
No,
your
go ahead.
question? So with that, I just want to say thank you very much on my end for a great presentation. It's a lot to absorb. I appreciate your expertise and explanation in this matter, but I look forward and I encourage that hopefully we can participate and be collaborate with you and your company, and hopefully we can bring you on board and bring Porterville back to what I remember it as a kid, and the community as a whole, and hopefully we can bring back some good businesses and some good long-standing agreements. So with that, I turn it over back to the Vice Mayor.
I have one more question, and I appreciate the presentation as well. Just trying to drive at results. You know, we're not seeing a lot of results, and I want to understand better, what are some of the barriers that you see that would make us more marketable because we're not getting those results? If it's not the roads, what is it?
In terms of large users or just anybody?
Yeah, growth.
Just growth.
Yeah, well, I think for various reasons, a company may choose not to locate. Number one, just our local economy, right? To do business here in California, there's a lot of red tape. Number two, the cost of energy and the lack of energy infrastructure, which we're really working closely with our partners at Edison and PG&E to have those hard conversations. One of the pictures you saw was a meeting with Congressman Valadeo. We had those hard conversations. So cost of power, doing business in California, but also our location is both, it has its positive and negative meaning. Positive is that we're much more affordable to do business here, right? Like a triple net lease is, significantly cheaper, roughly 30 cents cheaper than doing business in the Inland Empire or Bay Area. So it's very attractive to businesses. At the same time, we are equal distance from both of the ports. So the Oakland Port and the Long Beach. So that also offsets the cost to do business when we talk about freight and drayage. So just some hard, real discussions about why it's not as successful or some of the challenges that companies may have.
I think another thing, just here in Tulare County, you have Tulare and Visalia that's right next door to each other on the 99, which is very attractive, and
Sure.
we saw that in some of your numbers there.
Sure.
Something for advertising. How do you advertise the population in the city of Porterville?
Well, we tell it based on our workforce. That's how we're selling our numbers. So there's a total population, but there's more so, and this is the better sell, is the workforce population.
Okay.
Roughly 25 to 35. And so we are that growing number, outpacing the state. And so that's the story that we're telling for each community.
I think where I'm going with this is in trying to sell the population, and maybe not exactly what Porterville is, but we serve a greater area as far as Strathmore to Terabella, Springville
yeah.
to Poplar. There's roughly around 120,000 people. I don't know what that workforce number is altogether, but I just think in a way in presenting Porterville and what we are and the people we do serve every day. They might not live in the jurisdiction of Porterville, but there's many here in this chamber tonight that are not from Porterville that are here wanting to be representative.
Absolutely.
So that was just my thought on maybe trying to make Porterville more attractive in that sense. What do we pay you annually?
Annual membership dues are $35,000 annually.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there any other questions from the council?
Thanks very much for asking and answering questions and engaging with us. It's really important that we understand, our relationship and continue to have this conversation, because we really want this city to grow and we want the county to grow, and we're obviously facing some barriers and we need to figure them out together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Erica, great job. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to oral communication. This is an opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes.
Council, my name is John Coffey, and my contact information is on file. When you are southbound on Newcomb Street, as you approach the intersection of Pioneer Avenue, part of the signal light is blocked by a tree. How many of our city staff go through that intersection on a daily basis, yet it has remained blocked for months?
What was the street again, sir?
I believe it's Pioneer and Newcomb, and it's the northwest corner.
You said a street light?
Yes, traffic light. You've got the big overhead light, and then you've got the little one over here on the side that you can't see because there's a tree in the way.
Pioneer.
And there's several speed limit signs, no parking signs, stuff like that, that are obscured by lines. Why? Do we not have city staff that can call their dispatch, and their dispatch contact the appropriate department to clean up the mess? And how does that impact the potential for city liability in case there's an accident? How much does it cost the city each time that you send out a bid request or RFP, or does it vary due to the project? Next, in regard to item number 4 on tonight's consent calendar, in the amount of $757,018, is this water replacement project due to the new community center? If it is, shouldn't this cost have been included in the original cost projection of that project? Also, since I still have a couple of minutes, I hope that the city is moving forward on building a true, usable, resident-desired library, not some little dinky thing that really isn't worth a damn. So we have $25 million over multiple years to invest in a sports park, but we can't build a decent library. That's one of the things holding Porterville back, is our educational level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and respected community members. My name is Cheyenne Ortiz, and I live in Lindsay, California. I'm here today because I would like to speak about the abandoned animal shelter that is located off of the Highway 65 going into Exeter. I've noticed that it has been sitting unused, and I wanted to ask if there was any current or future plans for this facility. If not, I have the problem solving for you. If it is not, I would like to propose the possibility of working with the city to bring back life. With the help of my husband, local volunteers, and community support, I believe that we can reopen and restore the shelter to serve both animals and people of our area. My vision is not only to provide a safe space for strays and abandoned animals, but also to create a program that connects animal care with mental health support for our community. I have already started building partnerships through my small business, Willow and Whiskers, and I have fundraising plans to support this project without placing a financial burden on the city. What I am asking today is simple: to learn what the city's plans are for providing for the shelter property, and if possible, to continue a conversation about partnering together to make it a functional and meaningful space again. I truly believe this project could be a benefit to Porterville and the surrounding communities by reducing stray animal concerns, creating volunteer opportunities, and providing a positive outlook for families. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to discussing this further.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. If you would, leave your information with staff, and maybe someone could reach out to you. It's a great vision. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Briar Tillery, and I am the Director of the Veterans Homecoming Queen and Miss Porterville Pageant. I was honored to serve as Queen in 2022, and shortly after, I was invited to step into the Director role to continue leading a tradition that has meant so much to this community. This October, we will celebrate our 79th annual pageant. The very first was held in 1946, and since then, countless dedicated, hardworking, and selfless young women have served on our court. You may have seen them throughout the year in their beautiful ball gowns at events like the Veterans Day Parade, Christmas Parade, and tree lighting, and Memorial Day ceremony, as well as many others. Beyond this appearances, these ladies also connect with the community, spreading joy to children, taking photos, and sharing smiles. But their service goes even deeper. During my year as Queen, we began a tradition of fundraising for a local veteran nonprofit, choosing the Central Valley Honored Flight. Each year since, the ladies on the court have raised between $900 to $1,200 entirely on their own, with all profit going to this chosen organization. Each spring during Dr. Seuss Week, the young ladies on the court step into classrooms across Porterville, sharing stories with the elementary students. And then when Memorial Day arrives, their service takes on a more solemn tone. Over the course of the entire weekend, they walk the grounds of Hillcrest Cemetery, carefully placing flags amongst the veterans' graves and raising the large memorial flags that line the sidewalks. Now, their year-long calendar is a lot longer than this, but these are just some standout events. At the closing of each year, our Veterans Homecoming Committee has always tried to provide a scholarship to the outgoing court members as a small token of thanks for their service. Unfortunately, those scholarships have not grown to the level we had hoped. These young women represent not only our veterans, but also the city of Porterville, and as they pass on their crowns, many of them step into college or the workforce. We began these scholarships as a thanks, but also to help the ease of financial burdens of the next chapter. Over the past several years, we have also noticed a decline in participation compared to what our pageant has had in previous decades. We believe that by increasing the scholarship opportunities available, we can encourage more high school senior ladies to not only partake in the program, but also to invest themselves more fully in the experience. In doing so, we can strengthen both the legacy and the impact of this longstanding tradition. Tonight, I come before you to ask for the city's support in helping strengthen those scholarships. It would be a meaningful way to recognize the hard work of these young women, honor the veterans they represent, and invest in the future of Porterville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hillary.
Brock Neely, address on record. I'm actually going to be easy on you tonight. Got one little question. In the scope of the work to be done on Villa, was striping included in that? If so, why hasn't it been done yet? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, everyone here in attendance. I had a privilege over the last couple of weeks to attend 2 different town hall meetings.
Would you state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry, Russell Betancourt, Springville, California. My first one was in Bakersfield with the California Nurses Association, and also there was the National Nurses Organizing Committee. And they brought a lot of statistics, and I tried to write down as much as I could. But some were that our district under Rep. Valadeo, who voted for the big beautiful bill, is going to suffer because 2/3 or approximately 500,000 people are going to be kicked off of Medicaid in our district alone. And so what's going to happen to the citizens of the city of Porterville? I just hope, as I'm seeing all the plans that you guys make, 5, 10, 15 years down the road we need to make, what are we as a council or as a city going to do to mitigate the problems that may happen? And hopefully we plan and think ahead, because this is going to come really fast. I don't think this is coming in just 5 years, because that bill will go in effect soon. The second town hall that I went to, I believe it was at your church. You guys were guest speakers, and I did learn a lot about the unhoused, and I appreciate it because I didn't realize how much money we were spending on the unhoused and the help that now the city of Porterville is actually giving them. Also, the streets, the cost of the streets, how much it is for outside companies to do it, and hopefully we can save a lot of money by doing it ourselves. And then lastly, one of the things I learned about was Christian nationalism, which we know Christian nationalism has ties to white supremacy. It's a fact. It actually has been defined as a belief that celebrates and privileges the sacred history, liberty, and rightful rule of white conservatives. So we know that what this is going to lead to: high levels of hate crime and policies that will marginalize other religions, other people in the community. So although we have great things, great plans for the city to grow it and to make it a better place, we know that Christian nationalism has no place in our city, and I hope that this council will do everything in order to protect us as citizens and not bring that here. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell.
Hello, everyone here. I'm Jean Valafiatis. My address and everything's on record. I just wanted to make a comment about the sports complex. You use recycled water now, and there are signs posted, please wash your hands. My deep concerns are, how safe is this for children playing on those fields? How safe is it for people walking their dogs, for their animals? That is my concern. I appreciate it if you would give me information or present it at another meeting. What is the true safety of that recycled water? Thank you.
Thank you, Jean.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, and all the citizens. Marshall Denning, for the record. I think it was about the, not last meeting, the meeting before, you guys were talking about, this is just a suggestion on some ideas. You were talking about building your building on 4th Street and all that, and something about doing a celebration in the city for the 75th year of the charter.
100.
100?
Yeah.
100th year. Okay, I stand corrected. 100th year. So the idea is maybe tie the name to the charter city, to something with the park, have people raise some money for that. That would help for your festival that you want to do, because I know that you're in the budget crunch. But maybe that could offset some of the cost. So, you know, like some of the places, you see other places where people will donate a brick with their name on it and so much money and stuff like that. Maybe up to the building itself, you can have a brick layout, kind of like a mosaic or something, and people could donate to it, or put benches in, or trees in memory of loved ones, or things like that, right? So I'm thinking that could maybe help you on both ends, kind of. Yeah, that's all I had.
Thank you, Marshall.
Thank you all.
Good idea.
Is there anyone else? I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, we'll move on to report. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We have do we have anyone from Arts Commission or Animal Control Commission?
I could run through it real quick, Mr. Tree, I apologize. I'm not seeing anyone for that. Is there anyone for the Arts Commission? Not seeing anyone. Anyone from Animal Control Commission?
I'm Kathleen Harris, and I'm standing in for the Animal Control Commission. We had a pretty productive meeting this past meeting. We talked about the shelter manager position. We discovered that Mike, was it Legion, is now the supervisor for animal control, and we thought that was absolutely wonderful. We brought up the shelter cat cages and possibly putting holes in between a couple of those cages because they are not big enough to house adult cats. They're just not. So they can't take in any adult cats that we could potentially adopt out and have other people take them. We also talked about the shelter taking our local rescue cats that have been fully vaccinated. They've been microchipped, they've been altered, and put them in the shelter at no cost because they are fully vetted at no cost for them. Because I think we need to move out some of these cats that these rescues have because we can't take any more. We talked about possibly putting in some type of a computer system for the spay and neuter clinic. because there are no checks and balances for any services that are offered through the shelter, such as their TNR or vouchers for having a lower cost for spaying and neutering your pet. There's nothing there. All they have is paper and pencils. Well, we know what happens to paper. It gets trashed, it gets lost, it's damaged. They're not a reliable source of letting us know where these people are coming from that are getting these services through our shelter, even though it's for Porterville only. We have people coming in from out of the county or the city. So we need something. Well, it was suggested that maybe they can use some iPads, and they're going to, and the lieutenant that's supervising us is going to check into that. I had brought up the shelter advertising, most specifically what we have in the Coffee News, and all it shows is dogs in the pet shelter advertisement, and I felt, well, you know, we should really have cats in there too, because we do dogs and cats. And we're asking about the commission name change, but apparently the charter hasn't been done yet, so we don't know when that's going to be happening. And lastly, it's with a heavy heart and sadness that I am resigning from the commission. I'm moving out of state, and I'll be leaving in January, but this is going to be my last meeting because I'll be in Arkansas in October when they have their next meeting. So that's all we have.
Well, Kathleen, thank you for your service to the city, and thank you for the presentation tonight.
You're quite welcome.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we'll do a better job of taking care of our cats, huh?
I'll be watching you. Okay, take care. Thank
You enjoy Arkansas. Okay, moving on to the staff informational report, the traffic concerns on Plano. Mr. Tree.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We do have one informational item regarding concerns along Plano Street from 190 to city limits south of Worth Avenue. We've had complaints for many years, ranging from excessive vehicle speeds, congestion during school drop-off and pickup periods, and pedestrian safety. I can give the full report if you'd like, or answer any questions, but essentially the staff is going to take a look at this corridor. We had proposed some recommendations in the meantime, but we're going to conduct some traffic studies and see what other mitigations we can implement.
Okay, and for just bringing it back to the council, we all had a chance to look at this report. Is there any questions from my colleagues? For Mr. Tree? Well, Mr. Tree, I appreciate you addressing this. It is a real concern. You have the trailer park going out 190 where there are kids involved, and then also with the expansion of Porterville College, the school zone could be considered a little expanded out a little further. And I also know there's 2 projected roundabouts in this area. I think analysis of what's going on Plano is well deserved in its time, so I appreciate you leading that for us. Okay, moving on to consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. How would council like to go forward?
Mayor, I'd just like to highlight on item 10, there was some small errors in the staff report, but the staff recommendation is correct, as well as the MOU is correct. So apologies for the errors in the staff report.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilman Beltran, looks like you.
Well, I was just going to ask to pull that item, number 10.
Pulling number 10.
And if there's no more other items, I'll make a recommendation to approve items 1 through 13.
Before we go, or before you make that motion, is there any other items that would like to be pulled?
I'd like to pull number 18 for discussion?
Oh, that's scheduled matters.
Scheduled matters,
So we'll have an opportunity to discuss that. This is just for consent calendar. That'll be passed in one motion.
No, I'm
So we just have,
I'm good.
okay, you want to go ahead and make your motion, Councilman Beltran?
Yes, thank you. So I'll make a motion to approve items 1 through 13 with the exemption of number 10.
I like that. It's 1 through 14 with the exemption of number 10.
I have 13. Oh,
You have 14.
14, 13.
Oh, that's a public hearing. You are correct. Okay. I'll second that motion. Is there any other discussion? We'll call for the vote. Passes 4-0. Okay. Moving on to the public hearing. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the City Council, I've asked Director Calderon to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. Good afternoon again, everyone. This item before you, it was reviewed by the Project Review Committee, and it's PRC number 2024-025, a proposal to subdivide a 0.95 acre parcel at 905 South Wisconsin Street into 4 parcels. The site is zoned RS2, low-density residential, with a general plan designation of low-density residential, which the proposed vesting tentative parcel map is consistent with that designation. So the 2 existing residential units will remain on parcel 2 and 4, and the VTPM meets the Porterville Development Ordinance standards for the lot area, width and depth in the RS2 zone. However, PDO section 407.03H requires each lot to have street frontage. Parcels 1 and 3 would not, so the applicant is requesting a conditional use permit under PDO section 400.05 to vary from this requirement. The RS2 zone allows single-family homes at a density of 7.5 units per net acre, along with compatible public and semi-public uses, and the proposed land division supports general plan policies encouraging efficient infill development, and any future development will be subject to PDO requirements. And on July 1st, 2025, the environmental coordinator determined the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under section 15315, minor land divisions. So the recommendation before council tonight is to hold a public hearing to receive public comments, to find the project exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15315 for minor land divisions, adopt the draft resolution approving vesting tentative parcel map to 2025-01, subject to conditions of approval, and adopt the draft resolution approving conditional use permit, PRC 2024-025-C, subject to conditions of approval, and the applicants are here tonight as well.
Thank you, Ms. Calderon. Okay, we'll open the public hearing at 8:01. If you'd like to come forward and give comments on this matter, please do so at this time. I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll close the public hearing at 8:01 and bring it back to the council. Does council have any questions for staff? Councilman Beltran. Councilman Rivas.
No, not at this time.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
No comments.
Okay, neither do I. Looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendations 1 through 4.
I second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Passes 4-0. Okay, moving on to second readings. City manager or city attorney on this?
So the recommendation, this is, which one is this? This is the ordinance amending Chapter 17, Article 15, concerning the prima facie speed limits. So it's just the time for second reading at this point. And the recommendation would be to approve it.
Okay. Does council have any questions? Okay, I'm looking for a motion for approval.
I motion to go with staff recommendations.
Okay, we have a first.
I'll second.
Okay, call for the vote. Passes 4-0.
Would you
Moving
like
on
me to read by title only?
Yes.
Ordinance number 1915, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending Chapter 17, Article 15, Section 17-15, prima facie speed limits determined on certain streets of the Porterville Municipal Code. Thank you.
Okay, and then moving on to our second reading, number 16.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the second reading of the ordinance related to the selection of environmental consultants that was discussed at the last meeting. The recommendation would be for the City Council to approve it.
Okay, bringing it back to the council. Love the direction we're in cutting regulation. I think this will benefit the city greatly. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments? Councilman Rivas?
No, sir.
Vice Mayor McCurvey?
No comments.
Okay, with that, I'll make the motion to go with staff recommendation.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Let's call for the vote. Passes 4-0.
Would you like me to read by title only?
Yes, ma'am.
Ordinance number 1916, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending Article 611 of Chapter 21, Development Code, Series 600, concerning environmental review procedures and preparation of environmental documents by consultants. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to schedule matters, number 17, Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency Committee vacancy. Mr. Tree.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We actually have 4 scheduled matters. The first one, like you said, is a vacancy for the ETGSA. I've asked Acting Deputy City Manager Mr. Moore to give the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Tree, Honorable Mayor, and members of the council. The Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency was formed to implement the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which was adopted into California state law in September 2014. The committee meets monthly on the first Thursday at 2 p.m. in the right here council chambers. Currently, Councilmember Green serves as the city's member on the ETGSA committee. Mr. Michael Knight had served in the city's alternate on the committee since July of 2019. Mr. Knight's recent departure from the city has created a vacancy on the committee to serve as the City of Porterville's alternate. Staff's recommendations that the City Council consider appointing someone to serve as the City of Porterville's alternate on the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency Committee. That concludes staff report. If you have to answer any questions.
Okay, bringing it back to the council, I know historically we've always had a staff member on representing the alternate, or actually was probably the lead position until some of you were elected here in the beginning of the year. How does council want to go forward? Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
I do not volunteer. That's my comment.
Ah, that was deep. Councilman Rivas?
I echo those sentiments because I have enough on my plate as it is. But I'll go with staff recommendation. I mean,
So I don't think there's a recommendation other than us going forward. Robert,
going forward with it. But
Mr. Alvarez, do you have any, Vice Mayor, I guess I could ask, are you looking to?
I would volunteer to be an alternate on that committee.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then, Mr. Alvarez, is it something that you were looking to do in your capacity?
step up to the mic if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yes, I would be attending the meetings and sitting in on some of the.
As the alternate, are you still looking to retire in September, or is this a change that? Just because I mean, we don't really want to do this again. If we could shorten our meetings in any way, it's kind of putting you on the spot there. But that's just us prepping for our future.
Right. So at this point, I'm planning on staying on a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah, a while longer. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a fair response. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Okay, so he is open to filling in as the alternate. Now, from my understanding, the alternate does get to go into closed session. Is that correct? Julia, do you happen to know that?
I would think that they would be allowed to.
I know Michael Knight was going into closed session, and so I want to make.
Yeah. I mean, are you saying in addition to the member?
Yes.
Yeah, it should be allowed. I don't know that it would be legally
I
prohibited.
just, if we're going to put an individual in there, especially staff, we want them in closed session with our electeds. So I just voicing that out and putting it on record. Vice Mayor, what's your position on this?
Well, I think it would be excellent if Robert could participate in that as an alternate, but I definitely wanted to volunteer if there was no one else that would step forward, so I'm all for it.
Okay, Mr. Alvarez.
I'll make a motion that Mr. Alvarez be that alternate on the Eastern Chile GSA.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. I don't think there's any other discussion unless you have last words.
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
How long are you staying?
We won't do that to him. Let's.
I won't do that to you, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, with that, do you have any comments or?
No comments.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead,
All
sir.
right. I was just going to say thanks, Robert, for volunteering. But would you like me to proceed with the agenda?
Yes, let's move on to schedule matter number 18.
All right, Mayor, members of the council, item 18, a comprehensive review and modernization of Article 305, specifically signs of the Porterville Development Ordinance. This is one of my favorites, and I've asked Director Calderon to provide a brief staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. At its meeting on June 17, 2025, the City Council reviewed Article 305, signs of the Porterville Development Ordinance, and provided direction to amend specific sections of the ordinance. Council directed staff to form a staff-led working group to identify additional opportunities to ease regulatory requirements, engage stakeholders for feedback, and return with proposed revisions and an implementation schedule for council consideration. The city's sign ordinance, originally adopted to regulate the placement, size, and appearance of signs, has been updated to streamline requirements and reduce unnecessary regulation. The proposed revisions retain only those provisions necessary to protect public safety, health, and life. This includes ensuring that signs do not obstruct visibility for vehicles and pedestrians, and are structurally sound, do not block emergency access, and avoid hazards from lighting or placement. All other provisions unrelated to those core safety priorities have been removed or simplified to reduce the regulatory burden on property owners and businesses. The revisions also reduce restrictions in several key areas. For example, permit requirements for certain temporary and incidental signs have been eliminated. Allowances for wall and mounted sign placement have been expanded. Outdated size and height limitations have been consolidated. The banner approval process has been simplified, and flexibility has been added for business identification during changes in occupancy. These updates strike a balance between safeguarding the community and fostering a more business-friendly regulatory environment that supports economic activity. Staff is seeking council's feedback on the proposed ordinance language and direction on whether to proceed with scheduling a public hearing for adoption. So tonight, the recommendation for council's consideration is to provide feedback on the proposed updates to the sign ordinance and provide direction to staff, up to including scheduling a public hearing for adoption. And there's attachments of the sign and the red line.
Thank you, Director Calderon. Really, this is once again a foot in the right direction, cutting regulation, making Porterville, I'm going to say, more business friendly, because we're already business friendly, but we're adapting it and making it easier. Some of these cuts, I mean, we've really cut this back. Some could argue maybe too much, and we may have to add some in the future with how far we've gone here. One thing I had requested, and I see Ken is in the back, to work with staff, and so I talking with him today, he had some concerns, and so if I may, I'd like to bring him up and let him voice his concerns, and then let's look at what we did to address some of those concerns. So Ken, if you'd come up, please. No.
Hello, I'm Ken Woodman, and my information is on record. So I got some calls and some requests that I could look at some of these changes. And I do appreciate scaling things back, and I know that you guys have put a lot of work in this. I'm almost in a position right now being a liaison between my tenants and being the property owner. Just the top one that came up in conversation was the A-frame signs. And I do appreciate that now it's pretty easy to read that you need about 5 feet to get around them. But I think in the past, they made the comment about the one sign, which, you know, I think if that's what it is, I can appreciate that. But some of these people have spent up to $500 for those little signs. By the time they put their logos and the weather protection and the UV protection on them. And they were curious because their situation is they have a sidewalk. Then they have, because their business front is not on the street, they have a sidewalk in front of their building, which I consider like a stoop. So if they only have one sign, in the past, they were allowed to sign as long as it didn't interfere with traffic, foot traffic, you know, or be an obstruction for people going in and out of their business. So would they be allowed the second sign to place on their stoop rather than the one sign restriction? Because if you got 3 signs that say up to the max $500, somebody's gonna either lose $500 or lose $1,000. So that's gonna be a question I know I'm gonna get from a renter.
Well, is there an answer to that? Is it just one A-frame sign, or is within this regulation the ability to have 2 A-frame signs?
So right now it's one, but I also have Mr. O'Neill on the line who worked very intensively in making sure that we were scaling back the right amount of things. So if he has additional information, he's on Zoom as well. If he can, you know, if he remembers if there's anything else, because there is a lot of work, right? So I can't remember every detail. But if there's anything that you can think of, Jeff, that can address that question, I would appreciate your response. But we did have one in there.
Yeah, so currently most of the things like the size of the allowable A-frame signs has been removed. And as Ken just mentioned, there's a passability requirement involved. Right now, we left in the maximum number of 1, but given how much we've pared out of this, if council wants to allow more than 1, we just make a simple text change and bring it back.
Okay. Okay, so that'll be something we could discuss here. Go ahead and state your next concern.
And like I said, we're just talking about the stoop. I'm not talking about lining the sidewalks. So so I just want you to consider that. The next thing, some of these people have, and I understand the 50% signage on the windows in case you have a robbery or you have something that somebody needs to see in and out.
Just looking at that, it's the window signs, it's up to 100% is what they cut back. Allows 100%.
Okay, I misread it then.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so,
You can excuse
and the
that one.
reason I bring it up, because these signs they're using now, it's technically window tint, and the sign's incorporated in it, or vice versa.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ken, because when I was door knocking, I ran into a business owner that did a wrap in the front of their building, and they ended up having to take it down, and it was more to block the sun than anything, and so, because they had an all-glass business front. So I appreciate your concern on that.
Right, okay, I appreciate that. And now this one applies to us a little bit, but when it talks about the wall signs or the fascia of a building, it mentions channel letters is what is their recommending, or is what they prefer, or is that open?
It's one of the options.
Is it an option?
It's one of the options.
One of the options, okay, well, I misread that,
So-
because I know it's a lot cheaper to do
So
a small
those,
panel.
anything mounted would still have to follow building code. So those you'd still have to kind of figure out if you need a permit for them or not, because they still have to follow the building code.
Okay, I understand that, I just didn't know if there had to be changes, if they were gonna be restricted to something that's different than what they're using
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
And
And Jeff might have something to add. I saw he took his microphone off.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to verify what Claudia said, which is that the code just provides channel letters as an option, along with internally illuminated and neon signs, but it doesn't mandate that they be used in any particular location or.
So once again, we're deregulating. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Okay, go on to your next question.
Now, this is kind of a technicality, but they're talking about, you know, when you look at the pictures of the roof signs, you know, I can see some of my neighbors technically have roof signs. And I'm sure they were built with the buildings, and I'm sure they're gonna be grandfathered in with the old building permits. But the buildings that have flat roofs have a fascia board, then the roof goes down, obviously for the rainwater, then it swoops back up. So are you considering the roof line the fascia board or the rear of the building? Because if you're doing that, if you drive through town, you'll find businesses that have storefronts or stores that look more like a house with a pitch and a standard fascia board. So is that going to be a building that's not allowed any signage? Because
We've
they can't
also
have the
basically
sign on the
removed
roof?
all regulations on roof signs.
Well, I'm sorry?
We've basically removed all regulations related to roof signs as well.
I must be misreading this.
I wonder if you read because there's 3 different packets. So there's a red line packet, and then the old ordinance, and then we have the new
I
one.
read the ones at the end that seemed to have less pages. That's what I was, because I know.
Okay, so you read the old ordinance. You read the old ordinance.
Copy that like was 40 pages?
Yeah, that's the red line one, so that's why it has more pages, because it shows how it was originally, plus the edits. So it's gonna be longer, because it has both versions basically overlapping.
Okay, well, the way I read it, I was on the new stuff. I just wanted to bring this up to find out. Then the other one kind of came up, because some of my people do use balloons on occasion. And now the car dealerships get the balloons and the flags, the pole flags, but other people, they get to use balloons and float for.
So on that, it's if it's
Also-
not obstructing, so I know we tried to, on a lot of sections, what we took out was like if it's gonna obstruct either ADA access or if it's gonna obstruct visibility or traffic, that still has to be looked at for health and safety, obviously. But I believe we also removed a lot of those restrictions and.
Okay, as long as we're doing that,
Yeah, I don't have a search function to go straight to that section. I know Jeff does, so
Yeah, that's
if I
fortunate.
misspoke, please correct me.
I think she's correct in that.
Yeah, we struck the entire prohibition on balloons, banners, streamers, and pennants.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Welcome.
Okay, I think we're in the right direction. And like I said, we may come to a point where we cut too much regulation and may have to add some rules again. So we'll see what comes in our future. But Ken, thank you for coming up, and hopefully this makes Porterville a little bit more business friendly in the right direction.
I appreciate the work, and you guys, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
One thing I wouldn't mind just discussing, and I don't know if we could just make it part of the motion tonight as far as some of the language change, but for those A-frames, what he's talking about is if he has an A-frame out in the front of his business and then another one at the doorway coming in, can, Jeff, I imagine, or Director Calderon, can we just add language to create that capability for store owners?
We can make it as, what I heard the request is essentially that they be allowed to have 2 signs, one on a street frontage and one next to the building, essentially.
Yeah, within the doorway.
We can be that specific, or we can just say 2. Without regard to where they go, that would be at the council's discretion based on any feedback you get from the owners or tenants that want to advertise that way.
Does council have any input?
The only part, so his property is a little bit unique in that I think there's only one business that faces the main road, Olive.
Right.
But I was thinking if this is on Main Street, if it's similar, you might have 15 signs on the sidewalk if everybody wants to start having competition of getting their advertising
have
out.
two.
So maybe we could, if we want to do it, it's like maybe on your square footage of your frontage street, X amount of signs per feet. If it's a bigger business, they might have 3 signs. If it's a smaller footage business, then it only can accommodate 1 sign, just depending on square footage.
Oh, that's some good input.
That, are you referring to the sidewalk footage? in
Yeah,
front of
so
the
I don't know if
building?
it's like every, let's say 15 feet, a
Correct.
sign is allowed. So if your frontage is 20 feet, then there's 2 signs, but if your frontage is only 15 feet, you only get 1 sign. If that could maybe accommodate, so there's not a, I'm trying to avoid a clutter situation.
Well, I have a feeling it's going to create a clutter
Right.
situation. So let's go with the 1 sign, and then they have the option to do another one at the doorway, and we leave it at that. So they have an option for 2 signs, but only 1 could be out in the sidewalk area, and there has to be accommodation for the right-of-way for ADA compliance and health and safety.
Correct.
Yeah.
So then we would word it such that each business could have a maximum.
Hold on, sir. Go ahead, Mr. O'Neill.
Sorry, so then we would write this so that each business could have a maximum of two A-frame signs, of which only 1 could be on the street frontage and the other one would have to be at the door of the
Adjacent
building.
to the door, yeah.
Okay. Ken, do you have a comment?
Well, you brought up a really good point, is the dueling signs came up before, and the issue that some of my renters, and they were involved with it. I'm not saying that they were not indulging in the dueling signs, but we have one business that's adjacent to my property, and when they got into it, pretty heated, they actually called the police department, and the police department said, these guys can put their signs anywhere they want because that's a public sidewalk. Well, so now they're putting their signs in front of what I consider our sidewalk and along with theirs, so it got to be really, really petty. So I think if you do more than 1 sign on the sidewalks, you're gonna get back in the same
Okay.
situation Mr.
So-
Beltran brought up.
All right, thank you, Ken. Just so we can move on, because it's getting late, thank you for your input. Mr. O'Neill, I'm going to make a motion with going forward with these.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, but since we did allow one member of the public to comment on this item, we should probably ask if there's anybody else that
Yeah.
wants to comment on it. Thank you.
Okay, he was a part of the original process, and I asked staff
I
to
understand
request out
that,
to him.
but yeah, typically.
Okay, does anyone else have comments in the audience on this ordinance change? This is the opportunity to speak upon it. I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, so with that, my motion will go to go with this
Recommendation.
the amended policy of 305, Chapter 305 signs with the amendment of adding the 2 A-frames, 1 on the sidewalk and then 1 within the business front. That would be my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and second. Is there any other comments?
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to discuss it, so just a couple of items. I have a concern with the 100% window coverage, and I'll give an example. The Juicy Burger, that's the old Long John Silver's. If you look at that advertising, you see basically their whole menu covering all their windows. And I don't think that's the look and feel I want to see if we allow 100% coverage for window coverage. And the other thing, it doesn't specify what type of window covering. You know, the vinyl, shade, the ones that has an image on the outside and you can kind of see through. So it would be nice, we don't do it right now, but future maybe address what type of materials are allowed to be used, like the tinting versus like posters or some just paper covering. That's a concern for me, allowing the 100%. And the other one was there's the temporary signs. A lot of people, when they first open a business, signs is very expensive. So one is a temporary sign is allowed for 30 days with some additional time. I think it was up to 90 days for vinyl signs. I would recommend maybe that be for a year. Most businesses don't know how they're going to run, and maybe allow it maybe up to 1 year with it says on there that it's got to be replaced if it's ripped, damaged, weathered, but maybe allow temporary signs a little bit longer just to see how that business is ran, because I'd hate to, 60 days in, they got to purchase a $5,000 sign. So that's one additional amendment maybe for that. Those are my two main ones.
Okay, I apologize for steamrolling you there,
Nope,
Councilman.
that was all I had.
So I like the idea of the going from 30, did you say 30 or 90 days?
It was a
And going
30-day
to
initial and
So a 30 to 1 year?
to 1 year.
Okay. And then, right now, I think, I like the idea of just cutting the regulation.
We'll address
and-
it later.
Yes, and if it gets to be an issue, we can deal with it at that point. Okay, so I will recall my motion.
One more thing before you do it. Would you like to add the direction or the authorization to set the public hearing? I think we need a 20-day notice. Is that correct, Jeff, Claudia, on this one?
On land.
I don't know that this really falls under affecting the use of real property.
Okay.
More of a development standard issue.
Okay, then
I
maybe
would
not.
s-
Then maybe
I
we only
would-
need 10
I
days, so we
think
could do
that's the
it.
regular 10 days is fine.
Okay. So, yeah, we would need to set it then for, the second meeting in September? First meeting, does that give you staff enough time?
Yeah.
We could do, if we take it to the second meeting, that's not going to hurt.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's been,
We just, that way we get the authority now, then we don't have to, we've got it, we
Yeah.
can just go ahead and get the noticing done.
is council okay with that?
I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
okay.
Motion while you were making it, so thank you.
Okay, so the motion is for staff recommendation with the public hearing, and we could wait to the second meeting in September. We would like to make some amendments on the A-frame, allowing 2 signs, only one on the sidewalk, and then one at the business front, if they would like, and then also temporary signs from 30 days to 1 year
For new businesses.
for new businesses. So that is my motion.
I second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any other comments? All right, we'll call for the vote. Passes 4-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 19.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item is regarding the consideration of additional funds for the Main Street reconstruction project, specifically the decorative streetlight pole restoration. I do apologize, but we did not include the quote that was provided by the contractor. So Fernando will provide you that quote, and we'll also give the public copies of that in the back of the room if they'd like. And with that, I've asked Director Sanchez to provide the staff report. Thank you, Fernando.
All right, thanks, Mr. Tree. Mayor and members of council. This item is for the consideration of additional funds for the streetlight pole restoration down Main Street as part of the downtown Main Street rehabilitation. Some items that we considered were full replacement with concrete poles with the black embedded in them. That averages about $10,000 per pole, whereas recoding the poles with the estimate that you just received in front of you, it averages $1,500 per pole. And so recoding would be the approach to take to make this cost effective. And in our staff report, we had not to exceed $175,000, but when we got the quote from the contractor, it's $147,074.40. So there are some savings there. And so there are a few options of how to move forward on this, and it's issuing an addendum to the existing contractor that already recoded the signal poles and the bollards because those are city-owned. We included that as part of the original Main Street contract. This is separate because they're, as we all know, they're Edison-owned, and we had to go through the channels there to get an okay from them. So one is to issue an addendum. Second is issuing a bid advertisement and seeing what the open market price gives us. And obviously that adds time. So it'd take us a good probably 2 months, 3 months to get to a point where we had bid results and consider awarding. And then the other approach is maybe a mix of both, where we issue an addendum for some critical locations as an addendum, and then the other ones do through a separate bid process. So we're asking that City Council provide direction on which way you would like to go.
Director Sanchez, thank you for the report, and thank you for getting this a clear number on what it's going to cost to do a one coat or two coats. Just a quick question. What have we spent so far on all of the phases going down from Morton now to almost to Olive? We just awarded that contract. How much money have we spent on repaving Main Street, putting in new planter boxes, trees? Is there, I just need a round number, just.
It's like right around $3.5 million.
$3.5 million? Gotcha. Okay. And so my thought, and just for my colleagues before I pass it off to you, we have repaved Main Street. We fixed the planter boxes. We put in new trees. The heart of our community has looked the best it's looked in my adult life, and we're looking at a $150,000 bill to do it right and paint the poles. I met with Edison this past week, and some of the concerns was some of the lights being out. There's 31 lights out on Main Street, and they're going to address those issues. But to replace those poles is $10,000 a piece, which would cost the city around $940,000 to do so. So the next best option to revitalize downtown the full distance is painting these poles. And so with that, that is my opening statement. I pass it. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
My only comments for the most part are, I discussed with the city manager about creating a landscape and lighting district for downtown that would collect fees to help take care of projects like this. And I think that might trigger the 218, so that would have to be opened up to the public and go through that. But I think, these haven't been painted, I don't know, over 20 years.
Yeah, 20 years, yeah.
So I think that's a long-term goal, that if we want to maintain stuff so we don't get bills like this, that they'll be kind of self-sustaining. My other little comment about this project is, overall, it's a small portion of what the overall projects are. But the analogy I'll make is like, we're going out to dinner, we know that's going to be the bill, but this is ordering an appetizer each time we go out for dinner, and those start adding up. So that's my concern with projects like this, is not that it's not a good project or something that would benefit. There's probably been a dozen of these projects that we've done over the last maybe 9 months, and they are adding up. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
Yeah. Well, I think that Main Street is looking very, very nice, and I think this is just a small price to pay in the long run for making Porterville Main Street that much more attractive and very beautiful. So I like what Mr. Councilman Beltran indicated about his thoughts on that. But the last time they did something like this was 20 years. So I just have one question. How long will this paint last? Does anybody know? Mr. Javier?
They didn't give us the exact age, but we'd expect it with the 3-coat system, so they sandblast it all, primer it, do an intermediate coat, and then a top coat, that the color fastest would last at least a good 7 to 10 years, where it's like a true black and it doesn't reduce down to like an ash gray that they look like now.
So, for example, let's say, would they come back and repaint it if there is an issue with some of the poles, free of charge? Or is that going to be included? Or is it warranted, or?
Only if there's a defect in their immediate work.
I see.
Right, but one thing could be that if you catch them soon enough, you can save money by only doing like the top coat and repainting it, and as long as it doesn't get to that intermediate layer, or even worse, the primer layer.
Yeah.
So as long as they're refreshing it, it'd be just one coat, there would be cost savings there.
Minimal. Okay, well, I like where we're going with this. I encourage it, and I'll go with staff recommendations on pushing this forward. So with that.
I got your motion. Director Sanchez just sparking my imagination. What kind of time frame is it on painting the 94 poles? Did they give a time frame?
We were gonna work out the details of that schedule, but still, even before the November 11th date, which we'd want to beat that obviously for the parade, we're looking like end of September would be where it starts getting dicey, because then we start worrying about dew point.
Yeah.
If it gets a little bit too cool in the evenings, because they have done all this during the night, then the paint won't bind properly, and then it's just going to turn into a mess. So we have about a 6-week window that we can move forward with confidence, and if not, then it could get kicked over into the spring.
Okay. Okay, so that's something to consider as well. Vice Mayor McCurvey, do you have any comments?
Director Sanchez, I got a question. And this is probably good to get on the record too. The city owns the traffic signals, and they blended really well. I guess we bought them from the same vendor. We just painted all of those traffic signals, and this is the same signals. This is the same contractor.
Company, yep.
They're going to use the same paint, and so it's going to be consistent, right?
Correct.
I think that's great. And I think the point I want to make there is that we own those, and they were part of that original bid. This is addition to, because Edison owns these poles, and it will take at least 2 years or more to replace the poles, and at the expense of just downtown, it's at least $1 million. If we replace them all, it's $2 million.
Right.
So I think this is a good interim approach. And it also opens up, and I appreciate those comments from AJ, Councilman Rivas, that if we keep the top coat refreshed, even if we go 10 years, we could do that locally with our staff and Porterville teams. We wouldn't have to go out to bid on that, because it's just the top coat, because it's not this 3 layers. So I think that's something I would note as something that we need to keep an eye on, to keep that top coat fresh, so we can get 20 or more years out of this if we're going to invest this money. And I would also like to make a point that if we can't meet the deadline to get it in by the parade on this bid, that we should consider going out to bid, because it's going to go past the deadline. So I would want to put in my motion an amendment that says I would go forward with this as long as it can get done by the deadline of being ready for the parade. And if not, we might as well go out to bid. Yeah, November 11th.
So your motion is to let the contractor know that they need to be done by November 11th.
Okay.
Is that even possible?
I think so, because the original contract had 12 signal poles and their mast arms and signal heads, the smaller poles and signal heads, and then 144 bollards. Those are all the 2-footers on every corner.
And they look excellent.
And they were able to complete all that around 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, we have a motion. We have 2 motions. They're separate. Do you want to rescind your motion, Councilman Rivas?
Yeah, I'll rescind it
and second Vice Mayor?
Vice Mayor's.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any other comments?
Yeah, one more comment before we go on the vote. They're going to be, is it going to be gloss paint, shiny, so to speak?
That's correct.
It's going to match what the streetlights are.
All right, because I know a good businessman that can cut and buff those things if they ever get dull. And he's right here in the city chambers. I mean, I can call him anytime those things get dull or something. He can cut and buff and they'll shine like glass. So I don't want to mention his name, but I know he knows what I'm talking about. So
Okay, we have a
Aye.
first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Passes 3-1. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 10.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Item number 10, approval of memorandum of understanding between the City of Porterville and the Porterville Police Officers Association. The City of Porterville and the Porterville Police Officers Association have concluded the meet and confer process for a successor memorandum of understanding. The proposed MOU covers a 2-year term from July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2027, and includes provisions addressing salary adjustments, benefits, and other terms and conditions of employment for employees represented by the PPOA. Key terms of the agreement include a 7% salary increase effective October 1, 2025, an additional 3% increase effective July 1, 2026. The MOU also provides, and this is a point of clarification, an additional 2% effective October 2025 and an additional 1% the following year, July of 2026, towards the employee contribution for medical premiums. Other provisions include the additional of incentive pay structure for employees assigned to specialized duties, adjustments to uniform allowances, updated compensation provisions for advanced post certifications. Several classification changes are incorporated to address operational needs and to ensure appropriate alignment with job duties. And there's a couple others, but all other previously negotiated benefits and working conditions remain in effect unless specifically modified in the new agreement. The agreement is attached along with the draft resolution. It's Exhibit A in the draft resolution. Staff's recommendation is, number 1, approve the memorandum of understanding between the City of Porterville and the Porterville Peace Officers Association for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2027, as outlined in the attached resolution and Exhibit A. Number 2, adopt the draft resolution ratifying the MOU and amending the employee pay and benefit plan to reflect its provisions. And number 3, authorize the interim city manager to execute the agreement and any related documents necessary to implement its provisions. That's the conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilman Beltran, you pulled this item. Go ahead and lead.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this item for a few reasons. This is mostly to address the residents, the police officers that, serve our community, and the taxpayers. We did a significant budget study a couple months ago, and there was a lot of comments about the deficit our community is in. Some people believe that all of a sudden this was a new problem. This is something that has existed, whether it's the golf course or the pension or the medical fund. It wasn't that these things were ignored. It's just there was not a plan to address these long-term. Each council or past administrations, it wasn't a high priority because the overall financial stability of the city was good. For some reason, these things were highlighted a couple months ago, and I'll keep going back to that. There was a lot of comments about past council's mismanagement. It was acknowledged that there's around a $3.5 million deficit. And there was also been a lot of comments over the last few years about Porterville being the highest paid tax city, one of the highest, because you can't get any higher than that 9.25. And I find it interesting that we find ourselves in agreement like this that's going to be adding that 3.5 million, just roughly now is going to be a $5 million deficit. We really aren't going in a good direction as much as we want to point fingers at other councils or administrators, but here we're creating a bigger deficit and we're patting ourselves on the back. I think that's not a good use of money. Measure I and Measure H is specific to public safety, and as much as those taxes are spoken negatively about, this is more of a crutch that tax will never go away. This council, I think, in a move like this, is not addressing that deficit problem. And as much as I want to support law enforcement, that dedication to and them serving our community, I believe this number isn't something when we hear state and other agencies are in a deficit. This is all taxpayer money. I believe the culture we've built, the support in remodelizations, vehicles, weapons, training, these are all things that I think council and past administrators show that we do support those first responders in our community. But for me, seeing that this is only creating a bigger hole, I don't think is answering that problem that we promised, at least for me. This may not look good to me. I didn't take this position to get patted on the back. I did it to make tough decisions. And although I would love to continue some type of a raise, I think this one is gonna put not just the residents on the dole for a lot longer than we wanted to, because again, this tax is always highlighted, but yet it's being used as a crutch now. And again, patted on the back that somehow this is a good job. The other thing I want to address is, oh goodness, where am I going with this? We're going to be in a hiring freeze for the city, and some departments and their personnel, the staff, will then have to carry 2 or 3 job loads of other tasks that other people had to do, and they won't be compensated. So I think it's unfair for certain departments to not get hired any more help, but to continue the service that our residents expect, but not be compensated for it, because we're trying to make another entity whole and better. I'm glad that this shows that they are important. However, I think being fiscally responsible, I think this is a bad move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. And just think, why didn't you pull any of the other negotiations? Just so we're out loud and on record.
They're closer in line at the 3%, a little closer to what we can financially afford.
Well,
Police department is the largest department, so it's a lot more significant. And I never complained about the tax like you and the mayor, vice mayor. I never complained about it.
I would say that it's the largest budget, but it's not the largest department, or as far as bargaining unit. When we do a 3% for certain bargaining units, that's when that $1.5 million chunk you're talking about comes up. And when we talk about the police department's bargaining unit, it's this percentage that we put here is a $600,000 impact to the general fund. And so just trying to get the numbers correct.
Well,
so my question
same.
to you, Councilman Beltran, what is your recommendation?
It doesn't matter, it's gonna pass 3-1.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
No, not at this time. Let me brainstorm what Mr. Mr. Beltran was saying, and I'll come back to you in a little bit.
Okay, Vice Mayor McCurvey, any comments?
Well, no, I really appreciate the passion about the budget. You know, I wish we had that passion in the past. You know, it looked like $15 million was just, it's okay not to make the budget whole, but all of a sudden, you can't have it both ways. So we really need to take care of our law enforcement and our service. They have been taking good care of this city. And I noticed put in the paper today that the point-in-time study showed the homelessness was down 15% in Porterville in January. And I would venture to say, I'd go out on a limb and say it's probably much higher than that or much better than that now after 6 months of the new ordinance that we put in. And our officers have been doing an outstanding job in delivering law and order to our city and restoring what was a lawless period in our history. And I think that it's really important that we take care of those officers, not just because they've been doing a great job and taking care of our citizens and helping us to solve these problems and keeping our families safe in all the parkways that we secure. We've secured the Tule River Parkway, we've secured the byways, we've secured the parks, we've secured critical infrastructure, and they've done a phenomenal job. And you know, in business over the years, I happen to work for some great organizations, and I have a lot of respect for smaller organizations that run a tight budget. But what happens is they become a training ground for others. And so we saw a recent increase in Lindsay, we see an increase in Tulare, we see them moving towards our benefit packages, but their base pay is higher. And so we want to retain, we pay a lot of retention in this city to keep people here, but this gives a base pay to those officers and those services, and it keeps us from being a training ground where we spend all of our time and resources on folks that won't stay here. And so I think this is a win-win for our city, and I think when we talk about the budget, we do want to be mindful and be respectful of that budget, but we've been not mindful of it. We spent $20 million in ARPA funds. We've grown our city by $6 million in aggregate over the past 8 years, which is more than $30 million. And now and at the same time, we didn't pay $15 million. So we have not been doing the right thing. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do the right thing right now. And that is to make sure this goes forward. And I just want to say thank you to all the law enforcement and the fire and all the people that work at the city, because everyone in our city works hard to deliver results. And just because we're going to go through a tighter budget going into next year doesn't mean that we're going to ask people to do things they're not paid for. Everybody still gets paid, and they love serving the city, and that's a non-starter with me. That's a dedication and a passion for serving the citizens, and it's not something that we would say, well, they have to work harder now because we gave a raise to somebody. Everybody has to understand, whether they work in the government or they work in the private sector, that continuous improvement is the name of the game. We always have to be making ourselves better. We always have to be striving to get better and drive better results. And if we can streamline things and we can go, and maybe there is a hiring freeze, as Councilman Beltran suggested, and that's part of the process of continuous improvement. Maybe there's some areas where we refocus. It doesn't mean that we won't pay people for doing hard work for our city and our government. So I am for this. I appreciate that we were able to pull it and talk about it again, because it's important to get it on the table and let everybody know our law enforcement has done an outstanding job of restoring law and order in a city that had been lawless for a long time. And we have really made a huge amount of progress, and we want to continue to make that progress so that the millions and tens of millions of dollars that we're spending on our parkways, our byways, and our downtown will be secure. And we want to maintain that. And we're already seeing some great improvements in a lot of other areas, and I understand the budget-minded, but we have to think big, we have to think optimistic, and we have to think about how we can take this city and make it great again. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and well said. You know, not everybody got a pay increase like this. Our lieutenants and above got a much smaller one-year package, and most of the rest of city staff is a similar package. And I truly wish that I could give everyone a pay increase of that magnitude. Ultimately, we started down a path in negotiations, and this is where we ended up. And I would just echo what Vice Mayor has said, and as far as the job they're doing, not only with the homeless, but on the gang task force and the cleanup around our city. We haven't seen, and knock on wood, a murder in 2 years in Porterville. I contribute that to our police force. Granted, the people as well, but our police department's doing a great job. We want to continue to take care of them to the best of our capabilities. Councilman Beltran makes great points. We have some structural issues. We are looking at certain hire freezes in certain departments, and it's unfortunate. I wish that I wasn't in that position. I could give everybody a pay increase like this. Ultimately, this is the direction we have gone in, and it's part of the negotiations. I would make a motion to go with staff recommendation on this.
I'd like to add on my statement, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Rivas.
Now that, you know, we didn't do this lightly. This came with a sense of strong debate, getting together with the directors, the city manager intern, and the lawyer. And, you know, the police department has done an excellent job, and I praise them for what they do. But, you know, this budget was not been attentive for the last previous councils and city managers. So when this came to light, you know, we had to do something, and we did it. And we're going to go and take care of our police force. Hopefully, we're going to take care of our firefighters and all city employees. But this is part of what businesses and budgets are. You find out where the loopholes are at or the cracks, and you fix it. And I believe that we're on the right path to fix this. And yeah, it's going to hurt a little bit, but we'll get through this. And I believe that in doing so, we get a harness of what and where this money is going to, and we can adapt it to where it should be going to the city and to the progress of the city. Now, in regards to why they didn't do it in the past, you would have to ask those individuals who were sat in those dioceses, in those positions, and why they elected not to participate in fixing what we discovered in this budget, you know. So with that, you know, I support this, and you know, we don't know how it's going to be next year in regards to revenue, but I'm pretty sure we have some good, talented people that will put us on the right path, that in order to get over this, we communicate, we have meetings, we have, you know, the finance department has some really good people in there that, you know, can get us out of this loophole. So with that, I appreciate your sentiments. I know they're your theories, Mr. Mr. Beltran, but it's just conjecture and you know, your speculation on things. But in order for this, I support this, and I'm going to go with staff recommendations on this. So with that, I turn to.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Well, he just gave a second. I gave a first. So, is there any other discussion? We'll call for the vote. Passes 3-1. Oh, abstain. 3-0-1. Okay. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll move on to 1234 reports. This is time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to government code. Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Councilman Green is sick. Was there anyone else that went and represented? I'm not seeing any. We'll have to bring that back. Okay, moving on to Porterville Municipal Airport Committee, Councilman Rivas.
Yes, yeah, the Porterville Municipal Airport, was held its second meeting August the 13th here at City Hall. During the scheduled matters, we had a roll call and call to order. And during the scheduled matters, we elected, had a vote to who was going to be the chair. They elected myself as the chair, and we elected vice chair, Mr. Donachie, who is a retired Air Force pilot. And in that, we reviewed the master ground lease agreement, where during that course of discussion, we agreed to review it in more in-depth detail on our next meeting. So we paused that to the next meeting, which would be next month. And upon that, we also talked about the airport capital improvement plan, and they were informed of the progress and the capital for the future of the airport improvement plan. So with that, we went on to other matters, which they came up with some information. Bear with me. And Mr. Donachie reported that he has some proposed goals for the airport for the next meetings and for future meetings. So, and that one being industries, the other one being aviation businesses coming into the Porterville area. The also would be an excellent destination point for various businesses in links to that. We also discussed enabling local businesses to participate, promote fly-ins to the Porterville area, and for the moonlighting community to be part of the Red Stars in the past to come back and participate in those events. A few others were the destinations for Hayward Air Rally, bring that back, and also for the Porterville Air Show to start commencing. So those were topics that we were discussing, and we will be discussing in the next future meetings of next month. So with that, that's about all I have for that, sir.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Rivas. And then we end with Tulare County Association of Governments. I was unable to attend the meeting. Councilman Rivas as my alternate.
Let me find the notes for that, and here we go. Yes, TCAG, we had a workshop and a board meeting August the 18th. Myself and Mr. Tree attended the workshop. The discussions in particular were traffic safety devices presented by the Visalia PD presentation. They presented several traffic safety devices, and their efforts were to reduce collision in intersections and DUI-related crashes. I will give you a note that there are these cameras on Caldwell and Mooney, so be careful. So that's just one of them, and the other one is a few streets down by the In-N-Out area. So if you're there and you see it, I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, just be careful with those intersections. The other was a regional transportation plan discussed. The discussion was focused on state air quality goals and challenges for the purpose of future transportation projects. We emphasized the placement of importance of coordination between CARB and the EPA to ensure metropolitan planning organizations can plan and deliver transportation projects. We also discussed regional public transportation in regards to Porterville, Visalia, TCRTA, and better coordinate services. Areas to focus included uniform fares and modern fare collection systems and coordinations of microtransit services. We also discussed Measure R financing. TCAG is considering a bond to accelerate transportation projects for the remainder of Measure R programs. Measure R averages $50 million annually of revenue. TCAG is about $160 million in cash reserves, and there are $300 million in planned projects in the future. And that was the onset of TCAG, but after the workshop, we had a regular board meeting at 1 p.m. TCAG approved a $2 million SB 125 funding supplement for Porterville Zero Emissions Maintenance Facility to cover architectural, engineering, and construction management costs. The 90% design is expected in November, which construction should begin in July of 2026. Another was $1.9 million allocated for ADA improvements and left turn phases at State Route 65 and Olive Avenue off-ramps in Porterville. Another one was $6.3 million allocated for construction of a roundabout in State Route 190 and Rockford Avenue west of Porterville. A few more, bear with me. Under the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program called SPBGP, Porterville is allocated $450,126.69 for the year of 2024 and 2025. In closing, Luisa Zavala was appointed as Porterville representative on the TCAG Active Transportation Advisory Committee. And that's the end of the report.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Okay, this is a time for oral communication. This is an opportunity to address the council on any matters of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items at this time.
Thank you, Council. My name is John Coffey. Contact information is on record. There were some comments made just a few minutes ago from the dais, in my opinion, insulting our police department. They are entitled to an apology if anybody's willing to man up. I have been a resident of Porterville all my life, except for comments from the dais many, many years ago threatening my life and that of my husband, and from this lectern, again, threatening my life and that of my husband, and I'll provide details to the police chief if he so desires. I have never felt unsafe. During that time period, police patrols in my neighborhood went from just routine to 3 to 4 a day. We have an outstanding police force, have had my entire life. They are owed an apology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Is there anyone else? I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll move on to other matters at this time. Councilman Rivas?
No, I have no comment.
Okay, Councilman Beltran?
Just a couple of things earlier from public comments. One was the 4th Street water project. You know, these little projects, I call them little because the number's under $1 million. Even though it's an area that's undeveloped for the most part, these are the little investments, as we heard from the economic development report earlier, that businesses, developers look for areas in the city that their businesses or whatever they choose to design or build have the infrastructure needed. So these are really good projects that the city, I wouldn't say randomly does, they try to target to make sure that areas that are zoned for certain use have the infrastructure. And so somebody had brought that up earlier, and it's just one of those little investments that we continue to make sure we're addressing in the community for future development to be on top of that if somebody comes and decides to build there. The other one was about the recycled water use at the sports complex. The Department of Power and Water, I believe there's another department, they regulate what is allowed for public safety, and knowing some of the behind the scenes, there are daily analysis of what the tertiary plant, what do you call it? The computer system just analyzes the water that's being pumped out and for public use. So even though this is more of an abundance of safety, is please wash your hands, stuff like that. But there is a lot of, we live in California, there's a lot of restrictions on where we can use this water and that it's being monitored. So just for the public's knowledge that that is being monitored constantly and it is safe. I think, the last thing that we had pulled and we talked about the budget and the police department. I'll just reiterate again, we wanted to highlight all these numbers, and I don't think we're doing a service to the community if we highlight these numbers and ignore them. So like I said, we're going to go from this roughly 3.5 to roughly 5, and there's still some more bargaining to be done. That could be closer to 6 million. So as much as we want to say we're going to address stuff that other councils did, this isn't the right way. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Yeah, great discussion tonight, and these are tough decisions, and I appreciate the conversation because we did get elected to make tough decisions, and we all see things differently, and we're going to make different decisions and see things differently. But when you're $1.5 million in deficit for 10 years, and you think that's okay, and you just ignore it, but now all of a sudden you're paying attention to it, that just seems like something that's more than just a difference of opinion. When we wasted $20 million on ARPA funds, and then we grew this city, while we didn't fix the roads and we weren't taking care of basic law and order, I consider that a negative thing. And so I think we're addressing that properly. We don't want to be a training ground in any of our areas. We want to make sure that we're insourcing, and if we're going to spend the time and the resources to train professionals in our city, we want to keep them. We want to retain them. So we got to pay them competitively. We're paying a very competitive rate, and I think this is a good move. It has nothing to do with the professionalism of our police force with the comments tonight. I think that's perception. But the results are the results, and we can see the results. I really like the idea tonight from the audience, someone that had a creative approach to the animal shelter in Lindsay. I'm not sure we can do anything with that, but I really like that idea because, you know, as part of the process of restoring our community has been really helping the homeless in our city and getting them to resources. And that sounds like a terrific idea and how we might be able to continue to expand that. And I'm just really excited to hear that from the audience, and hopefully there's something there. I had in the Heritage Ad Hoc Committee, I've been having meetings with folks all around town, with people in the museum. We've got some ideas on how we can create some walking tours for the kids at the schools. And as we go into our celebration period next year, and as we finish this year for the 100th anniversary of our charter home rule and the 250th birthday of our country, we want to celebrate that history, and we want to teach that history to our kids. And so we have some ideas to use some resources at the museum, working on that now. And it's really exciting to see the community coming together because there's a lot of volunteers at the museum. There's docents that have that knowledge and understanding that want to teach the kids. And it's a partnership with walking around downtown where we can have the flags downtown where we're getting everything ready to go for the celebration. We also had some great partnerships with other organizations, veterans community and Daughters of the American Revolution, on things that we will do to celebrate those things all next year as we get the calendar together. And so it's an exciting time. We're trying to put together a memorial that we can dedicate, something to remember this year, and for the whole community, especially for the veterans and the patriots that are here and now, and the patriots throughout history that have served our country and support our country and our freedom. And I'm really excited about that. It's coming together well, and more to come on that with details, but there seems to be a building of community spirit around this, and we seem to be getting some traction. And so I'm very excited to be able to share some things with you in the near future coming out of our Heritage Committee, and you guys will be hearing more about that in a short time. But a lot of fun stuff going on. It's not always fun talking about the budget, but you know, let's get this stuff behind us and move on and start making things happen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, with that, you know, one thing, I wish we had the capability to give everybody the pay increase like I talked. I did campaign on taking care of what I would call the grunt officers, the guys on the ground. I campaigned on our fire department as well. And so there's some promises that I tried to keep. I'm a man of my word, not necessarily a politician as some would label us, but it's tough making these decisions, looking at our funds and what our capabilities are. All these gentlemen over here at the higher tier deserve more, and I understand that. So I know that you may feel we came up short this year in with the one-year deal, but hopefully in the future this economy turns around and there's more doors that are open to help with the compassion that you guys are concerned about. So I just want to state that on record. We had a wonderful night at National Night Out. You know, it's just great to get with PD and our fire department and talk with the guys, and then not only that, but the Community Chamber of Commerce. Hot dogs were being slang around. It was a great time, great atmosphere. I know there was a PD hiring ceremony on the 12th. I apologize for not being able to be there. Had multiple meetings this last 2 weeks, but it's one thing that I always want to try to be at. I imagine it was a great ceremony, and another officer sworn in to Porterville's finest, so I'm excited to hear about that. Had 2 meetings with Edison over the past couple weeks. Vice Mayor joined me in trying to figure out what to do with the light poles and other property negotiations in the future. Met with Joe in our streets department. It's great hearing a constituent that opposes me on ideology and politics, but he's coming in and praising the job that this city is doing in our roads. Now, this is road maintenance, a self-performed street maintenance, and so part of meeting with Joe and talking about the direction the city's in and what our capabilities are. It was a great meeting, a lot of time. Robert, thank you for being there as well. I spoke at a Blessings of Liberty kind of town hall meeting. It was actually quite an experience. Not as many people showed up as I thought, but what we did have was a large crowd of the Stonewall Democrats and the Democratic Party that came out and really worked hard. But they asked a lot of good questions, some strange questions, but ultimately, I think we won a lot of people over that night, and just showing that we care about the community. It's not about left or right. A lot of the stuff the right is doing, I disagree with. A lot of the stuff the left's doing, I disagree with. I am an American. I love Porterville. I want to promote Porterville. I want to see Porterville grow. I want to take care of the citizens and the staff of this city. I also met with Congressman Valadeo. We talked about highway widening, Spruce, 65, 190. We talked about our library. That was the crown jewel of our community. We talked about the 2 lost souls, Firefighter Jones and Captain Figueroa, and the impact our city has had with that, and if there's any kind of funds available. We also talked about FEMA being denied some of the river projects that we would like to do to shore up in case we have another flood. And then also the expansion of the airport. One thing that's come up in the conversation with Mr. Valadeo is the redistricting that California is under. And the maps came out yesterday, and they have split Porterville in half. The congressional map now goes straight through Porterville, but what's even worse about this gerrymandering is they did the whole county. They did Tulare and Visalia. And so what ultimately continues is separating our county, weakening our ability to work with congressional seats because only the half of the votes are in Tulare County. They're more concerned about the other counties that have the majority of the votes. And so you see a lot of those dollars go that way, and that's why projects like Highway 65 or 190 or Spruce never come to fruition because we are marginalized, ultimately is what happens. So at the same time, I'm a half full individual. I see there's some opportunity. One, we'll have 2 congressional seats, so I will work hard. There's one thing that I am persistent, and I'll try to get my guy in the seat. And other thing is maybe some change in culture. I think that there's a movement in California that a lot of these unconnected extremists in Sacramento don't see what's coming. And, documentary films like 2,000 Mules, where it is documented, where people are using stuffing ballots around the country in swing states, it's documented and it's real. And I love the approach that our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump, is pushing to take away voter mail-in ballots and have voter ID, which I'm pushing really hard to have on with our charter change, voter ID here in the city of Porterville. We can do that within our jurisdiction. But with this change, and if we go away from mail-in votes and they change these congressional seats, I think that they're going to end up losing a lot bigger than what they think. We had tonight Briar Tillery come in representing American Legion in the Homecoming Queen pageant here in Porterville, Miss Porterville. I would like to make a motion to give a donation of $2,500. I think that we could schedule it maybe for the second meeting in September. That would be my motion, and then we could go more into details in that second meeting.
So an agenda item to do that?
Yes,
Gotcha.
yeah, we could go more into detail when we have that discussion for schedule matters on how I would like maybe the check presented. But that is a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? There's a first and a second. Councilman Beltran? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 4-0. Okay, and then just moving on, I'd like to put some opposition letters for AB 495. This bill expands who a child's temporary caregiver is, and it makes it where someone can come and use an affidavit to remove a child that does not belong to them. And you could do this without the parent's signature or without a court seal. I believe it violates parental rights, fundamental parental rights, and so I'd like to put an opposition letter for this bill, and then AB 84. This AB 84, and this is a motion I'm making, is to reform charter schools and reform homeschooling through charter schools. And so, once again, you know, charter schools are out competing normal schools, and so the state must destroy them. And so I'd like a letter of opposition for both of these bills, and that is my motion on that.
Goes on for the next meeting.
Yes, please.
I definitely second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any other comments?
I definitely third motion, that one.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 4-0. And then I'll end with our library. You know, I myself and Vice Mayor went and visited the library last week, and came across some disturbing stuff. Once again, had homeless laying across the table, passed out. It's time to reclaim our library. Through this process of looking at this and addressing some of the issues, I mean, we're having fires lit in the bathroom. We lost our first library to issues like this, right? Drug use in the bathrooms. It is a situation I would never put my family in. And I don't think any of us in this room would put our families in that situation. And so we've lost the culture of our library, and so I really think it's important to address that. I appreciate the leadership you're driving forward, Mr. Tree, on addressing that. And then as I was going through this process, I came across a book in the children's section, and it's called The Bare Naked Truth. And it's disturbing. And so as I go through it, you know, there's 3 pages in it that are just unacceptable in my opinion. Yeah, Councilman Beltran is in awe. We have one page where it's showing the nipples of women, transgender women that have had their breasts cut off, nipples that are pierced, a mother breastfeeding. The second page has young boys with their genitalia exposed, one circumcised, one not. The other page is a page with a little girl with her vagina exposed. The next page is moms chasing a naked baby with stretch marks showing their bum. You know, I know that just asking for a little data on this book and what kind of books are in our library, it ends up being part of the strings that are attached by taking state dollars. And so it's a real touchy thing, because we have $7 million in limbo. And that is crucial to funding our future library. And so at the same time, the ethical and moral thing is to not allow our children to see stuff like this. This is, in my opinion, pedophilia. It's pornography, and it doesn't belong in the children's section. So my second motion would be to move books of this nature maybe to the adult section. If it has to be in our library because of the strings that are attached, that we relocate some of the, Julia, you're rubbing your face, I could see the concern.
Okay, well, just a couple of things. So, I mean, obviously, we're scheduling a future agenda item, so I would recommend we do that. We can also talk about it because there will be exposures to litigation. So under the Freedom to Read Act, even like moving books can be potentially an issue, but I will look more into it. I have not had I've fully researched it. The other thing I should let you know is that there is a pending hearing in a lawsuit concerning this act. The ACLU has sued the city of Huntington Beach, and I think the hearing, last time I looked, is scheduled for this Friday, for what it's worth. So, and so that's, of course, it's at the Superior Court level, but there'll be at least some kind of further guidance on it. It's a relatively new law. It went into effect last year.
So, thank you
maybe
for
even
that.
this year.
Here's where I'm going to go with this, just so we're all aware. And it sounds like we could have further discussion, or do I need a motion in a second?
Well, we can, either way. I mean, you're raising the issue, so I could, if you want, I can just put it on for closed session discussion at the next meeting, and then you guys can decide what you want to do after that. But you also have the option, if you want to go ahead and put it on for open session, that's your prerogative if you want
No,
to.
I don't mind having a closed session conversation. Let's go that route, and then we could discuss where we want to go from here. Here's what I am going to do, is I'm going to reach out to Charles at the Porterville Recorder, and my gut is he will not show these pictures in the newspaper.
Right, I understand your point. I would just tell you the legal.
Yeah.
The
No, I
differentiation
just-
is different than that, because really obscenity it's not pornography that's the limit, it's obscenity. And I don't think knowing what I know about what the law says about obscenity, this doesn't meet that. Even though people will find it offensive. I'm not saying that people won't find it offensive, or, that we're regulating based on content. We're by virtue of what we're suggesting that we're doing, and we're in First Amendment territory, where all the rules and regulations, the things that we can do, have to be narrowly tailored to meet that interest. And it's a very hard standard to meet. So I'm just talking from the legal side. I get that there are concerns about the information.
And, I'm not going to beat up on you on, let's go to closed session and we can have
Yeah,
the
no, I mean,
conversation.
I'm just, don't shoot the messenger.
I have a hard time
I'm just
looking at a little girl's vagina or little boy's penises and saying that it's a First Amendment right.
So I happen to know that this book, even though it has changed because it's been updated, but this book has been around since the 80s. It's an old book. This is just a new version of an older book. So, yeah. So it's had a lot of time to be. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So anyways, but we can have we can talk about it. Well, and I will spend more time looking at it. I've only done a very cursory kind of review and it is a new law. So it's being tested as we speak.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, Mr. Tree, do you have any comments?
About this item, or?
No, I am done. Go ahead, we're closing.
Just one comment regarding this item. I just want to also be clear that the city hasn't drafted its policy in regards to this freedom, I forget what it's called, but we have not.
Information Act.
It's the Freedom to Read. Sorry,
Freedom to Read
Act, yeah.
So we have not submitted that for council's consideration, just so you
Right.
know.
So it has to be submitted, so it has to be approved by the city, but it also has to be, I believe, reviewed by the state librarian.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that update. Do you have any closing remarks?
Yeah, just a couple. Just want to say thanks to the police department and streets department for their efforts in assisting these two school districts with traffic control plans. And it's a busy week with the first week of school. Appreciate the chief's effort in supporting the schools. Did want to highlight the two agreements that the chief was able to negotiate with both Porterville College and Porterville Unified for continued support for the school district and the college. Wanted to also thank the council's time working with Fernando on some new technology that we're bringing to city council meetings. I think that this new technology will be nice to see in the future. We'll get rid of the old voting board and have it on the big screen. So appreciate the time that you spent to familiarize yourself with the technology, and we'll finally get to use the iPad there. For members of the public, I did also want to inform them that the Cannabis Committee is meeting next week. We have some good items that taking a look at ordinances and some other considerations. In regards to the budget, staff is working overtime to present the draft budget at our next scheduled city council meeting, so the first meeting in September. I want to thank Acting Deputy City Manager Moore for his support. This is a new role for him. but he just jumped right in and has provided me a lot of support. I appreciate it, as well as I just appreciate the rest of the directors and staff for all of the work that they've been doing. Just incredible for, from the sports park master plan updates to the street repairs, fire department, supporting other jurisdictions and coming back safely, and police department in their efforts. Just, we're a full-service city, and I appreciate the staff's efforts, and the results are showing. One last item. I think the council is aware of this, have commented on it, but I just want to also state that have seen an increase in illegal sidewalk vending. We just urge these businesses to do the right thing and get a business license. It's a small fee. We want them to do it right. Staff and the council support local businesses, but we want them to do it right. So appreciate code enforcement for increasing their efforts in this regard. And if there's any questions for businesses on getting a business license or getting the health certificate from the county, we're here to assist you. But again, just do it right. We're seeing the increase all over town on city property and private property. And then maybe last, where's my notes? Oh, I think I'll end there. It's been long enough. Thanks, Mayor.
All right. With that, the meeting's adjourned at 9:34.